Welcome everyone to the Autumn Anarchy Xfinity event featuring Fortnite. My name is Life with Panda. Joining me today is somebody's Gun. What's going on, Gun?
Hey, what's up, Panda? I'm excited to watch some awesome Fortnite here today. We're gonna see some duo action, and we're gonna watch these guys get after it here in this qualifier.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch all the action unfold. But before we do, we got to talk about how we even made it here, right? The Anarchy Acre event here is incredible. And I got to say, it is brought to you by Xfinity. Power your game up with Xfinity Internet. Our Autumn Anarchy sponsor, Xfinity, delivers reliably fast gig Wi-Fi for clutch moments and big exams. Get inspired with awesome student-exclusive offers for watching and playing your favorite games. Plus, get access to amazing perks like a $100 prepaid card, 6 months of Amazon Music Unlimited, and no term contracts. Learn more at xfinity.com/student. Gig speed Wi-Fi requires gigabyte internet and compatible X-Fi gateway, so actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. But look, listen, I don't know about you, Gun. I want to be on Xfinity Internet if I'm playing in these games today because it is the Autumn Anarchy event. This is the best of the best duos coming together to compete to qualify onto the finals tomorrow.
Oh yeah, you need that solid internet. Get that advantage. Maybe go sit on a server or something. Give yourself a little bit of ping advantage in these fights and just go on and on after the next players. Because, you know, there's varying strategies now at this point in Fortnite. A lot of players like to play aggressively. We've started to see huge upswings in the aggro behavior between different players, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of that here today, but there are also a couple of passive strategies and, you know, likely to see some placement-based players here today as well, Panda.
Yeah, speaking of placement, we got to dive into the format. So, Gun, why don't you go ahead and break down the way that the format's going to work here in today's games?
All right, let me whip out my notebook. So quick maths, it's about 20 elims for the first place. So much more placement focused in this tournament. 21 elims will be more than a win, but you want to combine the two. Obviously, you're not going to be able to do well if you're not picking up elims in the end games. We are going to see more stacked lobbies based on this point structure. We'll have to see if these players can walk through and figure out exactly how to play these games, because every tournament's different. For this one, it's 41 points for that first place, and it's very top heavy in the top 10. So we're playing duos here. There's going to be about 50 teams in each lobby, and you're not really getting any kind of significant points until you're getting into the top 10. That's going to be those moving zones where you have to stay alive, and then you're picking up eliminations on the way to keep yourself nice and stacked and healthy, as well as a solid material economy.
Yeah, absolutely. So a good balance between placement and eliminations will score you one of those top spots on the leaderboard. But we got to talk about what these guys are competing for, aka the prizing. While today there is no prizing that they can walk away with, tomorrow is everything. If you do not know, there is $10,000 up on the line for these players to compete for. So you know they're going to be working together to compete for this. And it's going to be huge going on to the finals tomorrow. But looking at this, top 8 scores you some cash, with first place being $3,000. So I don't know about you, Gun, but if I was competing in this is where you're going to find me.
Yeah, that's a hefty sum. I mean, I don't know. You might find me. I'm not sure about you, Panda. I'm more on the top of the leaderboard. You kind of middling, lower level. But that's not important today. Luckily for the players, neither of us are competing, so they don't have to worry about us taking all that cash from them.
True.
But we have to make note, the top 45 duos from today will advance to tomorrow. So today's really important. You got to set yourself up well to play for these cash prizes.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to agree with you there. But Season 8 is here. If you don't know, Season 8 of Fortnite comes with big changes to the map, comes with big changes all around. So let's go ahead and dive into the new map here real quick, because I want to get your thoughts here going into these games and kind of what we should prepare for. But one thing I really want to talk about is these crash sites, right? So these new crash sites all across the map are providing huge advantages here, Gun, when it comes to gameplay. What are you thinking for players that are potentially landing in these areas?
So it's a big piece both to land in and loot. They're almost essentially as big as POIs. The only problem is you really are only getting brick from them. The other materials will be scarce. A couple of them have some metal that they can farm. But with these areas, the big thing is going to be the rotation. They have the slipstreams, they have the shadow rocks. That helps you rotate quickly, and you can get huge distances. They also have those launch pads that will send you flying past, especially if you're on one of the shadow rocks. So any nearby POI, any nearby drop spot, you're going to see players coming out of these crash areas and quickly moving in to third party some engagements off spawn to get themselves involved in fights, maybe even clean up a quick fight, scoop some easy eliminations, and just walk away with free loot at the end of it. That is what I've seen early on, is these people are using these as almost a staging area to then go jump onto somebody else and easily clean up a fight, Panda.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to agree with you. And it really supports some of these other POIs that are local, right? So one of the biggest changes I think I've seen as far as the map goes is this corrupted crash site here near Stealthy Stronghold. This whole area has impressively changed. Last season, it wasn't necessarily a fan favorite, right? You wouldn't say people were going out of their way to contest it. But now, with the support of this crash site in this corrupted zone, it provides so much more for the players landing in the region, especially when it comes to duos. Remember, we were so used to trios events here, but now we finally get some duos action. I think these duos are definitely going to be taking advantage of these areas.
Yeah, and one more thing to point out about these areas is the loot is very spread out. So when you're uncontested, it's awesome. You get all the loot, you farm up, you're chilling. But when you get contested, there's not a lot between you and your opponents. You can easily hop in a slipstream, jump on somebody, and the fights are a little strange. So unless you've practiced that a lot, and we're still early in the season, like you mentioned, Panda, it could be very difficult to fight these places off spawn. Now, one other piece that I want to talk about is Lazy Lake, obviously one of the strongest places. A lot of people may say this is the best POI this season. I want to see who's landing there, who's establishing that spot, and wants to take over and really set the tone today, because that's going to be one of the places that I want to see a team do well out of.
Well, yeah, with that new or the Brat NPC that's located there in Lazy Lake, providing chili chug splashes, the new item just introduced this past week. It's definitely going to be interesting. If you don't know, for those at home, the chili chug splashes are incredible. They're these 6-stack chug splashes like we know and love. They provide a little bit additional kick, no pun intended, because they increase your movement speed for you and your team when you use them together. So it's pretty impressive. It's a really new power item to focus on getting, and the only places you can get them are Lazy Lake or in one of those loot llamas. But you can't really plan to land on a loot llama. The Lazy Lake does guarantee them.
Yeah, and the only way you're really consistently getting llamas is if you're doing a huge split drop, and in duos that's a lot less likely to happen. In trios, you have more space, you got that extra set of eyes, but duos, you got to be safer, you got to land with your teammates. So we'll see exactly how that plays out. And they replaced the chug cannon, so we're not having chug cannons anymore. It is those chili splashes like you just talked about, Panda, and we'll have to see exactly how that plays out. Are we going to see long heal offs in these games? Are we going to see any heal offs, or is it really just going to go down to whoever's on top raining down that fire on high ground?
You said it, right? Do we think there's going to be heal off potential in these games? And I still think we do, because not only were the chili chug splashes introduced as a new item, right? We also got reintroduced the regular standard chug splashes, which can be found as floor loot or found in chests. So with them being available, you get a stack of 6 of those, right? You get a stack of the chili chug splashes, get a couple floppers, and there's still that heal off potential, and arguably potentially even a better heal off potential if you can hold on to the final moments, of course, than a chug cannon, because the chug cannon you can only use it 5 times, right? Or you could only use it 5 times. With the 6 stack of these chili chug splashes and the regular chug splashes, it provides something, I guess, a little bit more unique. However, again, it takes up inventory slots. You have to play it appropriately, but still, I think there is still so much potential for heal off in these games. However, if you're a dominant team like we saw in the last couple AVGL events, you can take care of that without having to worry about a heal out. But before we can dive into these games, we're going to dive into a quick break. So go get a drink, go get situated. We'll be back in just a few. We are back to the Xfinity Autumn Anarchy featuring Fortnite event, and it is time to dive into game number 1 here. Again, if you don't remember or you're just tuning in here, it is a duos event here brought to you by Xfinity, and game number 1 is just underway. The battle bus has loaded and is getting ready to drop these players off here momentarily, and I'm excited. Lots of great gameplay to expect and behold, because guess what? This is AVGL putting this on, which means it is collegiate games, and we're actually tuning in here with Dylan and Derpy is Fishing. These two teams we watched very closely in another recent AVGL event, and they did not disappoint.
Ooh, interesting. Nice little teaser hyping these guys up. Derpy is Fishing and Dylan, I've definitely seen around the Scholastic place. They're pretty good at this game. Not to mention that we're also checking out Ninjaman down below in the bottom right corner. And it looks like there's at least 3 teams down there at Misty Meadows taking a fight. Now we're seeing what Dylan's doing at one of these crash sites that we were talking about, Panda.
Yeah, and this is a really good crash site here with the amount of stuff that's going on around it. It's really nice. This is actually one of my personal new drop spots here in the new season. But now we focus over on Isolate and Kirk. Isolate, another Scholastic player that we've watched quite a bit of here on the AVGL channel, and here with what potentially could be a new teammate in Sneaky Kirk, and it looks like they get 1 elimination off, but they may not be able to get the 2nd elimination. This player is able to sneak away, but with Sneaky Kirk being as weak as he is, it may be time to just, you know what, disengage, continue looting on, because there's still so much left to this game.
Yeah, there is, and with the changes to the reboot, there's been a ton more reboot vans added this season, as well as more time to the reboot cards. So we'll likely see a lot more reboots this season than we've ever seen before. And that just means higher player counts later in games and more mid-game action, because people are going to consistently be going for those reboot vans. So we'll see exactly how that plays out as players get more and more comfortable and start to feel out exactly where they're landing here. But it looks like Isolate and Kirk have this locked down at Corny Crops.
Yeah, which is good for them. This is a great POI in itself here. Corny Crops being introduced recently in one of the recent seasons, now providing exceptional loot here for these players, and Kirk and Isolate taking advantage of it and doing it well. Interesting, though, if I'm not mistaken, that was a pump shotgun down there, right? So he decided to keep the lever action, or he's waiting for Isolate to come pick it up, because maybe that's his go-to shotgun here in this game.
Gotta love a good teammate that'll hook you up with the better shotty, because
True.
that blue pump is definitely better than the blue lever. I don't care what your personal preference is. And now it looks like we got some Clemson boys in Craig and Jake.
Okay, you know what? Craig and Jake repping their favorite team here and getting involved in this engagement right here outside of Weeping Woods. And it looks like they're going to approach this with more of a box fight in mind. However, with limited material here in the early game, they could just continue to spray from above and hold them down. Now, though, Jake just trying to spread out, and he does end up getting tagged up here quite a bit. This other team is just relentlessly applying pressure, but they have to run out of ammo at some point, right?
Yeah, especially this early in the game. Looks like they're trying to get a pinch on that player that's coming up to the walls. They do get a knock there. Craig takes down 1, and now they've turned the tides of this fight. It is all in their favor, and Jake's going up. He wants this. The 1v1 up top. Craig's got to get up to help his boy Jake. Now they're both here. The shots come in. Down he goes. Clemson boys clean it up, unlike they did last weekend against NC State.
Look, and Micah and Sweetie, the team they just took out, there's some more veterans here in the Scholastic scene, so they are no easy players to take out. So big ups to Craig and Jake here. Very talented plays. They played that out strategically, and he knew that eventually they were going to have to drop down to get involved. And when they did, Jake and Craig had the advantage. They had control of the fight from start to finish, which is nice to see. That's some really good game sense for them to have. Now, is this A1, the player that was able to sneak away from Isolate and company earlier, now just trying to get his teammates reboot potentially, and even potentially get him rebooted? So this is huge. If you don't know, for those at home, there's been some changes to the reboot system. The cards last longer, and there are more reboot vans now spread across the map. So with those changes in mind, it looks like A1 may be able to get his teammate back in the game.
Yeah, that's big for someone like me who's constantly being asked to be rebooted when I'm playing the game. So a little easier for my teammates to put me in the backpack, help me actually get some arena points.
Oh yeah, especially this season, because arena is definitely become a little bit more difficult to get to champs, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, they increased the champions point threshold, as well as changed up some of the different points for placements and eliminations. But we'll talk about that here in a second. We got some downtime. We're checking out the Weaver Beach. We got Sarah, Chill, MJD going wall to wall, shot for shot here as we're trading some shotgun tags.
Yeah, and doing a good job at that. MJD not taking any damage, controlling this fight. But as I say, that takes a ton of damage here. Gets the edit off, and it's going to be a quick cleanup here for Expo, Chill, and MJD as they take out Cryptic and Sarah. And they take them out pretty quickly here. Actually, it's Diddy that took out Cryptic. My apologies here. But looking at the way that this played out, this could be a team that we see being a little bit more aggressive in these lobbies moving forward.
Hey, it's a team effort. It was a little bit of MJD, a little bit of XPOs, all the teamwork making that happen. And so let's go back to that arena points and the little changes that you discussed and talked about, Panda. Now, it used to be 6,000 hype points to get to Champions Division. Now it is all the way up to 7,500. The bus fare's been increased at Contenders and Champions levels, and the elimination points are decreased as you get higher and higher. So Fortnite pushing more and more the placement style. We'll see exactly how that plays out over time, because it still seems like people are being quite aggressive in arena. And is that going to carry over to today's tournament?
Yeah, and that's what's going to be interesting, because when you practice one game style or gameplay over and over again, you tend to bring that into tournament events, despite that maybe not being the ideal solution for what you should do in a format like this. So it'll be interesting regardless. But now flipping over to Isolate and Kirk, back at it again. They're in the vehicle. They are running around. They said, you know what? We're not going to settle for one engagement. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep trying to find people.
Find people they are, whether it be searching for players or searching for the right spot in this lobby. You know, that early game position can be huge. You can find yourself in the right spot, but oh, it's Ross that's hitting some shots, and that player's on the back side. Looks like he's trying to dip out of this fight, and I don't think Kinney and Ross is going to allow that to happen here.
Yeah, doing a good job of just continuing to control there. And there it is. General Dip goes down. Kinney getting the nice shot off with the new sideways rifle and the mythic variant at that, using that to clean up the fight real quick. But one teammate still remains, but it's Nuclear Nova, and it looks like Nova's just like, nah, I'm not interested. I'm sorry, Dip. I'm going to dip.
You got yourself into this situation, bro. Now it's your problem. I'm going to try and live. No, but that's the first time I've seen that sideways rifle used in game. I've picked it up a couple of times, never really used it. You have any thoughts on it, Mr. Panda?
You know, it reminds me of the infantry rifle in a lot of ways. However, it seems like it takes a little bit more of a skill gap to get used to. It definitely takes a little bit more skill and the aim department, and you know, personally I may not be the one to use it, but here it is. Kenny popping it out and instantly getting some nice tags off there. The shots are exchanging, and there goes Nuclear Nova. But now another team here in Sludgy Swamp wanting to get involved. It is actually Jake and Craig. This is another aggressive team that we've been watching here in this game.
And that quick cleanup by Kinney really makes it possible for them to hold off this third party. Because had that fight continued, Clem, Jake, and Craig definitely hopping in that fight. But now it looks like, hey, they realized that lasted almost 3 seconds and that dude was eliminated. They have to be more careful. Good play by Kinney. Solid play by Craig and Jake just to walk on out of there.
Yeah, that was definitely the play on their part. And oh, here we go. It's Ninjaman and BCR now just trying to get involved here, playing really, really well together. But this player just continues to slip out of their grasp, looking to get involved. But oh, another team now taking shots and getting some big tags onto the player that they were trying to eliminate. But with the way that this is situated, they could find themselves as a casualty here in this third-party situation if they're not careful.
Oh no, BCR goes down. Now Ninjaman's the one getting focused. There's two teams looking to third party this. There's another team in lazy, and Ninjaman's just like, I'm out, guys. Sorry, BCR, I tried, but me staying there ain't gonna help us. He gets out with a few HP and just hoping to stay alive. Now we'll see if he goes back, gets the card, tries to get his teammate back. But there's been a number of teams that rolled up to that fight, and it looks like it's all cleaned up now. Ninjaman, unfortunately, lost his teammate during that.
Yeah, that's going to be one of those situations that if you find yourself in, it's better to disengage. So Ninjaman making the right call there. Fortunately, that team decided not to continue to engage him and focus on the players that were still remaining. But speaking of players that are still remaining, it's Pineapple's TV and Antics. It looks like definitely potentially an Aussie fan, I'm just saying, but rotating through here while taking some shots there in a distance. Antic getting punished here severely, and now the shots are raining in. 7 effective HP, trying to hold on here. Does have the shield to heal up, but will he be able to get it off? That's going to be the question here. We need to see answered.
It looks like he may have a second, but no, actually, he goes down. Now it looks like XPO Chill is jumping into this fight as Pineapple's going for the big pot, and it looks like XPO is going to get slowed down as multiple teams are looking at this. At least 2 nearby, and XPO's wanting to clean up this solo. They know Pineapples is all by himself. This could be a nice, easy 2 eliminations, but no, somebody jumps on XPO. He goes down, and that's Diddy and Defying jumping in this fight. And now there's 2 solos lingering here. Can Diddy and Defying clean all this up?
Diddy just getting involved. You love to see it. The action that is unfolding here is just unprecedented. It's not something you always get to see because this has been non-stop aggression here in this lobby so far, with Diddy and Defying looking to continue to clean this up here. We saw a lot of eliminations in the feed there for them. They already have 4 on the board, which is, I mean, look, that's 8 points in itself, right? With this format. So with that and some nice placement, this could be a very solid game number 1.
And it looks like they're in a good position for zone already. They're right next to the slipstream if they want to be aggressive and jump on somebody else. Or they could just sit here on all of this loot and play this more patiently now that they've gotten a bunch of eliminations. Does look like Dylan is going to get a knock there on a scav, picking up some more potential points if they can get that knock there. And we're going to see zone pull. We're going basically center of that second zone. So third zone going over those central mountains. Kind of tough spot to play, Panda. I'm not a huge fan personally of those endgame zones.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not either. With the difference in elevation there, that could potentially cause some issues for these teams. It makes it to where high ground is truly champion. We joke about how high ground is powerful and the impact that high ground can play, but in a situation like this, where if high ground can control these elevated points, it's all but over if you find yourself on the low ground, which makes it definitely tougher for anybody that's not focusing on the high ground. But it also makes it tough for high ground if you think about it, because more people are going to be vying for that top spot here in the elevation points.
That's a good point. Everyone trying and knowing that it's important to grab one of those spots. So as we see, just checked out 2 different teams just deciding we don't necessarily want to play one of these mountains. We'll play right in the middle here, hope that we get the next zone. It's a pretty common thought process. Third zone, you play center. Every other zone, you kind of just take whatever position you want. Now we see Cranberry and Xfinity. Hopefully I'm saying that right. These 2 are one of those teams that have positioned themselves on those middle mountains.
Yeah, I definitely think it's Fennec. I'm looking at it. I'm right there with you. It's definitely Fennec, and they have a really solid spot. Looking at the information that they're gathering right now, they see exactly where these other teams are. If anybody even begins to rotate in their direction, they have those free beams that they can initiate. Especially, you look at that inventory and you see that beautiful legendary assault rifle an epic submachine gun. These are two power weapons that can easily apply damage there from a distance. So for Xfinity and Cranberry, they're definitely pretty confident going into the rest of this game.
I would be too. Walking around with that gold charge, you can't ask for any better than that. In my opinion, the charge is one of the best late game weapons. It almost acts like a sniper when you fully charge it, and you could deal over 100 something damage from at least a box away, sometimes even 2 if you hit a headshot. Yeah. And I love it, man. I'm a big charge fan.
Yeah, I definitely think the advantages in the late game are unprecedented, which is why it's so nice to see the change that they brought in this season, with the fact that you can actually craft it from any shotgun, as long as you have nuts and bolts, of course. And so going into the early game, mid game, it makes more sense to have that pump shotgun. But then in those final moments there, being able to have that charged shotgun, being able to deal that damage from that distance, like Gunn just mentioned, it's really nice. And it's going to be exciting to see if we can see some of that charge gameplay here in this in-game.
And the cool thing is you have that variability of what you like to do. Not everyone's going to be a charge player. That's fine. You can use the lever. You can use the pump. You like the charge, go for it. You don't, go ahead, use a different shotgun. And I really love that it's viable to use multiple different shotguns. And we'll see how exactly it plays out. Looks like most players are going to go with the pump shotgun in these games. And we just missed Diddy and defying one of those players quickly, and they're trying to get his teammate.
Yeah, and it looks like it was actually BCR goes down there, and that is not the situation you want to be in. But oh no, is this it? I thought it was all but over here for a second. It is Ninjaman going down there for Diddy. Does a ton of damage though on the way out, so that could have changed the direction there if Diddy wasn't careful. So fortunate for them, now they're going to have 6 eliminations on the board here going into these final moments. And boy, oh boy, if they can win this game or they can place extremely high, they're going to find themselves at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, that almost was bad. That's why you got to hit your shots, practice your aim. Plenty of in-game practice if you need it. Now we're checking out Isolate and Kirk in a pretty good position in this zone. They're hanging out. Don't really need to do anything, but often for Fortnite players, not needing to do anything does not mean they don't do anything. A lot of times there's a lot of stuff you can do to help out your game later, whether it be just spend a little bit of the materials of a team nearby, take a couple tags on a team rotating, or just gather all that sweet information that helps you win games, Panda.
Yeah, look, information is key in this game. You can be extremely talented mechanically, you can have great aim, but if you're not good at grabbing that information and making plays according to that information, you're going to find yourself being held back. And that's why it's so important to get involved, understand what's going on around you, because looking at the shots coming out in every direction, like towards Dieter and John Cena here, it's going to be tough. And Dieter actually almost causing his teammate to go down there. You see him trying to hold the wall and make an edit, as his teammate was also trying to make an edit, but now the zone is closing in and the pressure is on. The shots are just raining in, and John Cena finds himself at the receiving end here of such pressure, as well as Dieter. Dieter down to 37. Effective HP continues to dwindle down, and it's not going to be enough. Goes down in the zone. Now it is all up to John Cena to clutch up as a solo player.
And they left themselves vulnerable with all of those wood builds. People see that and they're like, oh, these guys must be low on mats, and that's what caused them to get focused. It's not over yet for John Cena. His teammate is gone, and now he's getting tagged from both ways. And Harsh and Control want to close this out. They're a very good duo. I've seen these guys play quite a bit, so they're just gonna find John Cena. It's only a matter of time till this Elim comes through. These guys, yeah, there it is. Cleaning them up. And now even more loot. They're in zone. Now we're headed into the end game, Panda.
Yeah, here it is, the end game, the final moments that define game number 1 here. But remember, you know what, if you didn't have necessarily the performance that you were looking forward to in game number 1, don't fret. There are more opportunities, because this is only game number 1. 5 more games remaining after this to make a staple play here in your games. But I got to talk about this, right? If you're a team and you made some mistakes here in game number 1, you got to make sure you act on it. And look at this team that we switched to. If you don't know, it's Dizrod and Felix, two well-known Fortnite community members, diving in here and getting involved. So this is going to be a really good team to watch closely.
Yeah, Felix has pretty consistently been making FNCS finals, at least the heats, and doing well at that. So this is another duo we should be watching, just like you mentioned. Taking a lot of damage here, but we'll be fine after they heal up. Have plenty of time. We get to see where our first moving zone goes. We're going back towards the waterfall. Not going down yet, but we're still going to be on this plateau. And we're going to have somewhat of a water zone, as most of this 6th zone winds up being in this river.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I kind of wanted to sing Don't Go Chasing Waterfalls, but looking at the way that this is set up, it looks like they have to chase the waterfall because that's where the zone is pulling. And if they're not careful, and it does pull over that waterfall, it could be a tough fight there in the high or the mid and low grounds. But looking at these fights that are still taking place here, it's anybody's game. There's no clear winner, no clear victor, or no clear path, at least, to victory here for any of these teams as they continue to try and make it on. But looking at the high ground, it looks like Control and Harsh are going to be the first one to claim it here in game number 1.
And this is kind of early. We'll see if it works out for him. It all depends on what materials they have and how cheap they could be while tarping over. Lots of players are going to hit the pads here. We see that happening coming out here by Craig. He's just taking a peek. What's up, high ground? I'm going to go play this mid ground here, jump on Xfinity, and play my own layer. Craig and Jake looks like able to get together. Going to take him a second as they rotate on through. We check out Felix, another team playing this mid-ground layer. They're getting pressured up from high. Gonna have to make some plays here. Once you start getting pressured from height, either you can just hold and spend all the materials that it's gonna take as zone bounces right back, or you can make a play and push it back. But it does look like high ground has given it up. Now Felix and Dizrod gonna start putting pressure on other teams, being that pain with the AR spray, and somebody's in Felix's box.
Yeah, and this is not where you want to find yourself if you are Dylan, because it is Dylan is fishing, finding himself in Felix's box. He does get to slip away, but Felix says, you know what? I'm going to make sure I claim all this because I'm not taking any more chances of these players disappearing. But oh no, as I say it, shots come out. Big tags off for Felix. Felix and Dizrod get the knock there onto Drakey, and now Felix just trying to get ahead, but no, Dizrod has gone down, and it is A1200. One of those players we watched earlier, he must have gotten his reboot in Corny Complex, and now got his teammate back involved, but Drakey is down. A1 trying to survive as a solo player, trying to make something happen. Players all around him, just very weak, but no, it's not going to be enough as he goes down to Derpy is fishing.
It's all Felix now. He's got a solo clutch. You love a teammate that can put you on your back sometimes when you go down and just take over. Zone's going to continue to pull through these mid-mountains. Felix does find a pad, able to put himself on the front side of zone. Looks like he wants to hit it twice. A little double dip in there. Get himself on the front side of zone. Finds Jake there. Grabs his wall. Not going to go for the follow-up tag. Felix continuing to rotate through. Only left with those wood builds. Does find himself in a great position here, but now Dylan and Derpy want to take him down. Felix avoids that layer, puts himself in a new spot. Big tags there on Isolate. Jake's gonna clean that up. He's going for this though. Jake and Clem right there. He gets one. Felix gonna get another one. Kenny finds the shot. Not enough. Follow-up shot. The damage. Get it in the box. Doesn't have anything in his shotgun. Felix goes down. Can Craig clutch up? Now we're up on the high ground. Control and Harsh just walking through as the rest of the lobby cleans itself up.
No, and as you said it, Craig goes down. It is the Harsh and Control show from the high ground. Felix does get an elimination there in the final moments, but it's probably not going to count. He is completely out of this game now. Derpy and Dylan on the low ground, just trying to make something happen here, getting eliminations, but Harsh says, you know what? I'm not letting this continue. I'm diving down, but that is a risky play as he finds himself taking a ton of damage, and with only 2 other players remaining, he has to be careful. These final moments will count, and especially now that Harsh has gone down to Storm, it is all up to Control. 50 effective HP here, and Dylan is weak. It is a 1v1 situation coming down here to the wire. Dylan taking a big shot, but will it be enough? And it does. It goes to Dylan and Derpy in game number 1.
Man, that final 2v2 was all over the place. I didn't know who was going to win that one. Dylan and Derpy take it over. A Harsh and Control finish out in top, coming from the high ground. We'll see a lot of those battles between up high and down low and then colliding in these final zones. Pretty typical first game here, Panda. Anything you would expect to see in our next one here shortly?
Well, listen, if you're Harsh and Control, you're going back and you're saying, why did we drop there? They had control of high ground. Maybe they were running low on material. There's obviously some different things that could be going through their head, but they ended up losing that because Harsh took so much damage there when he went down to try to clean up some of those eliminations, and Dylan and Derpy were just able to clean it up and take advantage of it, and that's why they walk away the game one victors. So an impressive game number one here. But we got to look back. We got to look back at all this action because it was nonstop from minute one.
Nonstop is right. We see Kinney getting a nice little two-piece here, cleaning up the one teammate. Then quick little Mongrel Classic on the other guy, Diddy. We saw them pick up a number of eliminations throughout this game. Defying doing some work as well. And here's some more by these guys. BCR was one of the problems in the way for these two. And Harsh and Control, our second place team. Some more elims here in this end game, but it was all Dylan and Derpy here, Panda.
It was the Dylan and Derpy show there in the final moments, and there it is, that one shot that converted it all there for Dylan is Fishing, and really turned the game in their tide, because that was the perfectly lined up shot, because if he had waited just a few more moments, it could have went the other way. But I think that's going to be it here after game number one. We're going to get those leaderboards ready together for you, so make sure to sit tight. We'll be back from a quick break. Stay tuned, and we'll see you in a few.
When inspiration strikes during midterms, you need Xfinity Internet. Fuel your passions with speeds fast enough to power all you do. Get inspired with awesome offers exclusively for students.
An unbelievable connection. It's unbelievable speeds. Can your internet do that?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Xfinity Autumn Anarchy featuring Fortnite Duos event. My name is Life with Panda, somebody's gun right here next to me. And man, game number one was insane. It was a lot of fun to watch, but Gun, bring us into the leaderboard.
Yeah, let's take a peek, see what our top teams were able to do in these first games, see who's on top. And what's up, guys? Welcome to first place. We got maybe Ethan or ETH22N and Spence. And we got Cool Gamer and Meltor there in second. Derpy and Dylan in third. You got Edge4 and Sujay, and then Harsh and Control rounding out our top five, Panda. Some notable players up in our top five, holding it down after our first game.
Yeah, and we got to shout out Derpy and Dylan. Obviously, we watched them get that game one victory royale in the game that we got to watch. We also saw Harsh and Control there as well. But for Edge and A1 Sujay, if I'm not mistaken, that was one of the teams we got to see, but I didn't notice 13 eliminations. That is impressive from a first game.
That's a huge first game right there. We'll have to see exactly how they play this out from here on out, but Edge4 Sujay popping off in game one, and can we see the 6 to 10 here and see what goes on? Yep, here we go. Isolate, Kirk. We checked those guys out. They were one of the teams we watched. So we have Kaisi, Skippa, Dr. Duke, Hits, Coots, and Camarino in ninth, and then Klepper and Jake holding out our top 10, Panda.
You know, and it's nice to see consistent eliminations from all these teams. That's one thing I want to mention. They know that they need the placement points, that they're working for the placement points, but they're also getting some consistent eliminations on the board. I don't think we saw anywhere on there below 3 eliminations. So that's an impressive start here for these teams. And if you don't find yourself in the top 10, this is the energy you got to try to replicate here going into the remainder of your games, because there are only 6 games to make something happen. So eliminations are going to be a key factor, as well as focusing on making it into those end games. But looking at this situation, this top 10 is up for grabs. That was only game number one. There is still so much potential here if you find yourself below that threshold as of right now to climb your way up to the top. And that's what we want to see here going into game number 2. But before we dive completely in, Gun, what are you looking forward to? What are some things that you want to see here as we get into game number 2?
I actually really want to see someone use that auto snipe. It's not something I've really been able to use a ton myself, and I want to see if any of these good players are able to make use of it in their hands. And should be a good weapon for Surge, but is there any other purpose of it that maybe you or I haven't seen it used that way yet?
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see how people use this, especially with the amount of damage that bad boy puts out. I mean, it is impressive, to say the least. So it can definitely be, like you mentioned, a huge change of pace for Storm Surge. It also can start an engagement pretty well. I think that's one thing I'm going to be looking forward to, is the way that these teams decide to start their engagements. We did see a couple teams take a fight and maybe they didn't have enough damage taken on the other players to dive in, and then they found themselves going down. So I'd like to see a little bit more preparation, right? When you just dive into an engagement like that, you make mistakes and things happen, and you could end up seeing yourself fall earlier than you would like. So you got to make sure that when you take those fights, you take them aggressively but smart. You get some damage off early on, then apply the pressure. And I think that's what that auto sniper rifle is going to be really, really good for here going into game number 2. But breaking it all down, man, we could talk about what's going to happen in these games, and we could talk about what's going to happen in the end game. But after game number 1, I'm not so sure that high ground is as effective as people might think. We saw from the low ground, Derpy and Dylan clean up. Will we see a repeat low ground game finish, or will it be another high ground game finish that we know and love from games past?
Well, we'll definitely see the high ground being dominant during the moving zones. It's just a matter of whether or not they can have enough material, enough juice at that final moment at the end of the game, because it is really hard when the team on low ground is picking up eliminations, they're scooping up all the mats, and they are constantly getting refreshes. Up high, you're owning the lobby, but you're not getting those refreshes. So let's dive into game here and see if we're going to see that happen in game 2.
Yeah, and shots are going out. It is Chief Peace and Speedy Mellow, but Chief Peace actually going down pretty early, and it looks like he potentially went down to fall damage, if I'm taking that correctly, and it's actually Harsh who cleans up the elimination. This is a tough start for them, because these are two powerhouse duos that we're going to be watching closely here in these games.
And this is one of those pieces you talked about early on in the pregame. This crash site right outside of Pleasant is stealthy. Lots of players seem to land here, and they're getting contested. They're fighting for this POI, or non-named POI, I should say. We have a couple of players in the distance, and whoever wins this will be able to walk on over to Pleasant Park and take that loot, because it appears uncontested as well. But you got to get your teammate's card if you want to be doing well in these lobbies. Some players can take it on themselves. They can have a solid game as a solo, but that's never your preferred way to play this game out.
Yeah, it definitely isn't going to be the preferred way, but looking at the situation at hand, it kind of makes you wonder, right? Like you mentioned, Pleasant Park, uncontested. That's a huge advantage to have. So if you're another duo and you're landing Pleasant Park, or you're not landing Pleasant Park, or you're finding some lack of success, I should say, in another POI, Pleasant Park might be the way to go, especially considering you could come back and clean up one of those teams landing at those crash sites.
Now we see 3 different teams here at Boney Burbs in a stalemate. These are these early game fights. No one really has a ton of mats or a great weapon to take on a fight. So it goes a little slowly. You wait for an opportunity. You wait for an opening that your opponent gives you. And we see Batman, Gerard here in the center building, and both teams starting to close in. They're going to be able to third party this fight. And that's BCR, who we saw in the previous game, go down in about third or fourth zone.
Ooh, and BCR almost going down to fall damage there. Does get the knockoff. A really good setup there. It takes out Struzy, and now it's all up to Schlarp there. Just, it looks like completely disengaging. Ninjaman YouTube and BCR YouTube sitting here, and it looks like they're going to be able to heal up pretty effectively and take this fight smart. You know, just because you got one player out of the duo doesn't mean you instantly have the win. So Batman now trying to get involved with the harpoon. The reintroduction of that has shown a lot of great play potential, and that's what we're seeing right now. Ninjaman still trying to heal up, and another player just getting into his box. Big shots exchanged, 22 effective HP for Ninjaman. Now he's just going to completely get out of the box, try to take the shots, and there it is, ending up cleaning up Gerard.
That was a great play by Ninjaman, too. Really thought about taking the 50-50 at it, but was like, no, hold on. I have all the pieces in this box, but BCR looking to close this one out, too. He doesn't have anything in that SMG, but it's all shotgun damage. Honestly, want to go back to that play by Ninjaman, though. Like, he was staring at that player under the ramp, looking to make that edit, and then rethought it. Was like, hey, I have a much better edit. I have a much better angle if I just move out of this box and force this player to then play my advantage. Really well played there.
Yeah, definitely smart. Especially, I think that's one of those things that players underestimate sometimes, or underestimate the value in, is taking a little bit more time before you make the play. Well, obviously getting some quick edits off and taking plays quickly is important. It's also important to acknowledge that, you know what, maybe this isn't the right play, and we saw Ninjaman do it right there. But now it is Zigzag Zoe versus and Salfreeze versus Dylan and Derpy, our game 1 winners that we got to watch there. And it looks like it's just a bit of a standstill. But could we see another team get involved with all the shots raining in the way that this is? It kind of makes you wonder how long it's going to take for another team to try to get in here.
This is one of those slow fights where it just is a matter of time until when somebody appears, Panda. It's not a matter of if, when these fights last this long. But we see Salfrez looking to get some shots. His teammate Zigzag getting some damage done. There's a big shot there. That's an piece that's going to show you, oh, he's weak, I should go jump on him. But as soon as he does, Derpy's right there to follow up with some pressure. More shots coming in, but this fight looks like it's going to continue to go on and on and on as Derpy and Dylan looking to disengage, trying to get out. Zigzag has no ammo to put shots down, though, and these guys are going to be able to escape at least for the moment.
Yeah, this was actually a good play on Dylan and Derpy's part. Maybe they felt comfortable that they had the advantage in material versus the advantage that Zigzag Zo and company had in ammunition. So fortunately for them, the fight's still going to ensue, but at least knowing now that they don't have much to work with, Southbreeze does take out Derpy there with Zigzag Zo. So now it's just Dylan. Oh no, and there it is. Dylan goes down as well. This is a change of pace here from game number 1 because our game 1 victors are already back in the lobby.
And how quickly the tides can turn. You get off spawn, you're clean 1 game, and now we're checking out. Looks like Kenny's going down there to BCR. Ninjaman cleaning up that fight, and they had the chili splashes. That's going to be huge for these guys if they can save enough of those for the end game and get those for the rotates. But oh my, look at how busy Pleasant Park is. Look at all these teams that are nearby, Mr. Panda. This is going to be a point of contention, and I feel like Pleasant typically winds up this way. BCR's getting in. Face to face, he goes down. Ninjaman, what can you do now? Your teammate's gone down. Can we make a play here while we're getting third-party big shots? And no, Ninjaman goes down.
Not without getting a knock, though, but unfortunately, with that third party just raining in pressure from the distance, they're able to clean them up. But looking at Diz here, Diz now just trying to heal up and trying to take this fight as smart as possible. See him going straight back in his box, taking shots with the edits that he can control the fight from. Smart plays here, but with only 17 effective HP with 100 shield on top of that, it's going to be tough for him to make something happen here against this duo.
He's going to have to make a miracle play. Hopefully that pump is working strong. He's trying to give himself some space to work with here. That way he can make a play, and it looks like Isolate and Kirk are up above waiting for an opportunity to jump on this player. They have to know he's a solo at this point. He tries to get in the cone. Not going to happen there for him. Putting some pressure back. For a solo, that's not a bad idea to get some pressure back. Make sure the opponents know you're not just here. You're not just going to waste all your materials and then fall away by the wayside. You're going to take this fight. And now Kirk and Isolate are looking to get in. The shots coming through. Nothing connecting just yet. Some damage there onto Kirk. And so far, Dis is doing a good job in this engagement.
Yeah, definitely doing a good job here. And the way that they're handling this is so smart, except for the fire here causing a little bit more damage than they would like to themselves. But looking at everything going on, there's still a couple more teams that could potentially get involved here in this Pleasant Park engagement. And man, that fire is just applying pressure to Isolate. But you saw him quickly switch to the Chug Splash. If he needed to, he could put out that fire with the Chug Splash. That's something we haven't seen too much in competitive play, but it is there, available, and ready for them to use.
I love the fire plays early. Both the gas cans and the fireflies in early game are so strong because most of the mats that players have is wood. So you just get huge advantages by being able to burn all that. And not only are you destroying their builds, but you're also potentially damaging the players. So looks like Dis has done enough to make Kirk and Isolate be like, all right, nah, we know you're a solo, but we respect you, bro. We're going to move on out of here, and you do what you need to do. We're going to do what we have to do. Well played there by Dis.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I did not see this in sight, right? I did not see him making it out of this fight, and sure enough, I was wrong. He was able to hold on and isolate Kirk, now having to rotate away. But big shots actually coming out here for Battletoad, going up against Chris Tennyson. And Algie taking him out pretty quickly here. But looking at the way that this unfolded, they're going to have to be a little bit more careful. There wasn't too much building when this engagement started to take place. So if they continue to play like that, they're going to find themselves falling pretty early because they need to make sure that they're controlling these areas smart.
And so many people are getting those legendary and epic versions of the pump shotgun. I gotta figure out where they're landing because I've been struggling to find those this season. This is now 2 different teams we're seeing with those variants. Now we see Flight taking some shots. Oh my goodness. Watch your head. He's coming in, getting in, and that's it. These guys cleaning up. Flight and Azoski able to get 2 limbs. They're up to 4 now in a really good spot, and Zone's going to start to force them northwards. These guys, plenty of pads, plenty of loot. Can't ask for much better than where they're at right now, Panda.
Yeah, they're definitely set up for success. And like you mentioned, I need to figure out where they're landing because epic pump shotguns for everybody. I'll take it. But looking at that, it's Dodia and Prim actually taking out Cupcake Loverboy, somebody we've been watching closely here in chat. We've seen you, man. And now we do see him end up going down here. But hey, listen, if you're listening, Cupcake Loverboy, you got this. It's all about coming back, playing it smart, and making the right plays moving forward, making some adjustments to the game plan, and you got this. But for Prem and Dodia, they understand now. They got 6 eliminations on the board, and they do not look like they're going to be stopping anytime soon.
And more players with that shotgun we've been talking about. Man, we might have to hit a little VOD review after this, Panda, and figure out what exactly is going on. Now tuning into another fight right outside of the craggy cliffs. Busa getting caught with his pants down, gets shot right in the head, has to disengage. Jacob needs to help his teammate, and I think he has. That's why Scav has backed off. Scav and Snowy looking at this. Busa putting some pressure on, trying to prevent the heals there, but Scav's just going to get it off anyway. And where's Jacob at? It looks like Busa might be fighting a 2v1 with his teammate all the way up above. Not a ton of help to him. Oh,
look at that. The plays. Can we just talk about that? This has to be the support play of the game by far. I can't see anybody out doing that support play there. Look, Busa down low makes the edit. Jacob able to get the chug splashes off onto his teammate from a distance. That's what you love to see. That's some team players right there. But if they're not careful, doesn't matter how good at team players they are, they will take some damage there because there are still so many players here remaining in this area. It's actually surprising. There's a good amount of players both north and south. It feels like maybe the middle of the map is the way to go because we've just seen action taking place nonstop here from the north and south.
Luckily for Busa and Jacob, should be some downtime here in this game. Not too many players nearby. We did have those players over in the river that they're fighting, and oh, here's the auto snipe that I was hoping for. Lizzo hitting some shots, getting a knock. Can Slurp clean it up? He does. But no, there's a third party. This could be a problem for these two. Gonna go for the res, little Christmas tree action. Man, it's a little early for the Christmas spirit, but I guess for these guys, it's always Christmas season.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're trying. Oh, and it's not gonna be enough as the elimination comes through. It looks like Sugmi is gonna be able to get the full elimination there, but now it's all about Franksy and T953 utilizing the Bush strategy here to try and keep themselves from taking too much damage early on. But now they're going to dive in straight, it looks like, into risky reels. They identify that there's another team close by, so they're going to be trying to fight this out here. And looking at the way that they're set up, they do have a decent loadout, but I wouldn't be overly confident looking at what they have as of right now.
And you got to respect that effort just to stick the res there. Back go into the Christmas trees, like, just holding it no matter what. Like, bro, we're either going down or I'm picking you up. I respect that out of a teammate. That's somebody you want on your team. And now we see these two going from bush to bush. Now, once again, finding themselves in another bush.
Yeah, look, the bush plays, it's the way to go. If you know how to use it and you understand how to identify what's going on around you, it's the play. But speaking of plays, looks like Kai and Flapjack have been utilizing some fishing in this game because they have the shadow fish and the spicy fish. So they definitely know what they need to do mobility-wise, and it looks like they're going to take advantage of it. But again, looking at this inventory, we find another epic pump shotgun and epic submachine gun. So finding these power weapons here in these games have been pretty easy for the players that are remaining.
Yeah, I guess. Everyone just appears to have whatever they want, and looks like CFN was putting the pressure on, and now they're stuck in the middle. These guys are going to get focused by the entire lobby. That's a tough one to see. Now we're going back to the bush. Looks like Franksy and T953 unfortunately forced out of their bush. Now have to play this from a different position.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to play this smart and keen. They don't want to make any kind of mistakes. But then now it is, the pressure is on. I think Expo Chill and MJD realize that they may be in a little bit of a rougher position. They're going to continue to pressure them, and they're just trying to hold on. Again, like you mentioned last game, when you're building out of wood, it basically puts a target on your head to try and take shots, because it either means two things. It means that you don't know to switch to hard mats, or that you're running low on material. And for a team like Expo Chill and MJD, they know that, and they're going to try to take advantage of it.
Looks like Expo is going to go for some more shots here on a player that needs to rotate in. This could be a gatekeeping situation, and this player just could potentially walk right up to him, give him a free elimination, because somebody's going to clean that up, and there it is. I don't know, bro. He goes down, and these guys able to get themselves another refresh and their first elimination of the game.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is going to be good for them. They're really setting themselves up for success here. They have the material that they need. Now they're going to be able to use that Chug Splash. Smart play on Expo Chill's side to bring that in with him. But it looks like they're not done. It looks like, you know what? They may want some more of that precious loot that's hiding in there. But if you're a team like Flight and Azoxy, you're going to need to find something here. Really nice positioning, though, for them. So I wouldn't necessarily say move, but they're going to probably need a refresh despite having great loot in the inventory, because the material count is already dwindling and we're only in 4th zone.
Now we see Flight and Azoski fragging out this game. We got 6 eliminations on these guys, and Franksy may be the 7th, as he's found himself right in the middle of this lobby. That's not exactly where you want to be. You'll get pressured from multiple different angles. Is able to apparently stave it off for now, but there's 2 players coming right at him, and I think Franksy sees that and now is trying to get himself out of here, but he needs to be careful. There's tons of players watching him. Gonna drop that pad, try and get out of there. And now we tune into another fight going on right to the north outside of zone.
Yeah, and here it is. It's Diz. Diz actually able to get his teammate up. We watched that fight there in Pleasant Park take place, and fortunately for CFN on top, he is back. He's made it back into this game and has a really nice loadout going into the remainder of game number 2. But look in here, they still have to rotate, and if they're not careful, there it is. Diz will end up going down, and now they are the focus of the lobby. CFN going to have to try and hold off as much as possible and potentially get into some existing builds that are already established. That's going to be super important, but it looks like there's another player on the other side of that metal wall. So if he ends up rotating around, and he does, he could end up getting shot out by that player. I don't know if CFN realizes there's still somebody else close by. With the storm closing in, they could end up catching him off guard.
I don't know how he could know he's there. These guys need to be careful. They might wind up going down here out of the air. Dis is quite weak. CFN is only a couple AR tags away, and just find a spot to land. Get down, guys. You're making me nervous. We got to find somewhere. They are able to touch the ground better than what could have been, and we'll have to see if they're able to make something out of this game after that chaotic 4th zone.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm going to be honest with you, Gun. That was a bit of a risky play, especially a high pad like that. I mean, at least low pad it. Go a little bit lower, you know, take a little bit less risk. But fortunately for Diz, Diz had all the heals you could possibly imagine, is now back up and good to go. But for CFN, still struggling here as far as health goes, is going to need a refresh desperately. Now switching back over to Prem and Dodia, looks like they picked up another elimination since our last time checking in on them, and has only made this a bit more of an aggressive game for them. So they're going to continue to try to press on, but with a pad here, they're going to use this to get into a nice spot here in the 5th zone. Taking a half pot first, really smart play. I gotta say, it kind of makes me nervous when you see that shield in the inventory and them not using it, you know what I mean? But it's nice to see that they identified that, healed up, and now they're in the air trying to land into zone, and perfect. They find themselves a nice little position here together, and it looks like they're going to be able to build up and hold this. But no, I spoke too soon. The pressure is coming out here from Busta and company.
And it looks like they're going for the drop down, but sometimes you get too greedy, and now Prem makes them pay some big shots on both players. I doubt they'll be looking for a drop down anymore, and Prem and Dodia might be the aggro. players or team in this engagement now if they decide to keep pushing it. But I think it's just time to play for endgame. They're going to wait, see if this team makes a little bit of a risky edit trying to go for another play here. And Dodia needs to be careful, doesn't actually have a cone to check what's going on above him. They have pads in the inventory, going to be able to use the pads. In my opinion, 6-zone padding, best time to use it. Most efficient as far as saving materials for your rotation.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to agree with you there. I think this is definitely going to be the place where they utilize a pad here. But looking at the inventory and seeing how little material Prem has, it might make sense for them to try to take this fight as these other players start to rotate. Try to get some quick eliminations and a quick refresh could be important. But looking at the way this lobby is laid out, no one is safe. People flying in the air. You got Scav and Snowy on the high ground. And the pressure is on. This is the final moments here. You got players like It's Ross up in the air. You got a control in this game still as well. I mean, this is going to be an exciting final moments here to game number 2.
We'll see if Scav and Snowy can hold it. Definitely tough to hold it from 5th zone forward in a duo. Have to find some refreshes. I mean, maybe even have someone land on you. Get yourself an elimination and those extra materials. Scav doing well, staying front side. They're playing a split at it. Harsh appeared to go for the play on the high ground, but quickly changes his mind, dies right back down. Snowy and Scav honestly could have been going back to the lobby there if they weren't careful. Now it's time to check back in with Control and Harsh. One of the better duos in this lobby remaining as they're looking for another rotate. They're going to hit a launch pad, and this is what we've seen them doing. Are they going to go for the high ground? No, just dive on under. And can they find an elimination, or are they going to go for more plays? Nope, just the rotate here as these guys are looking for the better position, get in front side, and move on through these zones.
Yeah, and just as you say that, they actually go down in the same area as Dodia and Prem and get a nice knock onto Dodia. So what we thought was going to be the last, they were going to just separate. They weren't going to take the fight. You know what? They said, hey, you know what? I'm confident. We're good to go. We can take these players out. And sure enough, they take out Dodia, now finding themselves rotating ahead of zone, applying pressure to MJD. And these players on the other end, they are in a rough spot. No shield on them, but no, as I say that, Control and Harsh just immediately get deleted. What a turn of events there as XPO Chill takes them out in game 2.
What a play there, and it looks like Zamster's taking the high ground with his teammates. Snowy and Scav have run out of materials. Now it's Meltor and Zamster up on the high ground looking to clean up this game. Snowy trying to find an elimination to stay alive. He's out of materials. He needs a refresh, or he's just going to wander around and hope no one finds him. He sees the player on the backside of Storm, not going to connect, does get into the builds of his teammate, and then Zamster's up above, raining down fire onto Prem. That's going to be it for him. Expo is getting another elimination. Meltor getting one as well. He needs to get out. He's going to go down to Storm. Oh no! That's a catastrophe, and now it's up to Zamster to try and win it all.
Yeah, see, that's a tough decision there made by Meltor. Meltor needed the elimination, but was unable to get it. Now Zamster by himself on the high ground. The pressure is on Expo. Chill still in this game as well. Snowy and Scav, the players that did have high ground there for a bit, still alive, but there goes Chill. Zamster doing a good job of staying up and staying alive. Big tags onto Snowy there. Now it is all about controlling what's going on. These are the final moments here in zone number 9. Scav just down below. Big shots exchanged. Zamster still up, only 22 HP, but no, it won't be enough. Snowy and Scav, they said, you know what? We don't need the high ground. We'll win it from low ground.
Wow. Able to somehow navigate those zones without any materials, staying alive. I mean, Panda, that was crazy. I don't know how they won that game. They had no business still being alive there.
That was a huge comeback because we saw it, right? They were on the high ground. They were doing good. They lost the high ground, and they took a ton of damage when they lost the high ground. I thought it was all but over for them, but no, they held on, clutched up, and took out Zamster. I mean, that's what you want to see. That's what you want to see from a low ground. Just consistency, holding on, playing it smart, and ultimately taking that victory royale.
Can't ask for anything better than that. I mean, just clutch up. That is so clean by them to be able to take it down. We'll watch some other clutches here from some players throughout the game. See Ninjaman, Dodia cleaning up some players here in the early game. We saw BCR, Ninjaman's teammate, getting a number of eliminations in this game. And here's where we were talking about those epic pump shotguns that apparently everyone gets here.
Yeah, I mean, there it is again. Dodia with the epic pump shotgun as well. I mean, and then here it is. Those huge tags coming out from the automatic assault or sniper rifle. That's what I'm excited to see more of. Because like you said early before this game began, the auto sniper rifle is a power weapon if it's used in the right hands.
100%. Dodia got awareness checked. He failed that check right there. Harsh gonna clean that up, but Harsh and Control kind of failed to collect themselves after they got through that last zone. And then we see Snowy Scav taking that game. Almost a nice solo clutch there by Zamster, but unable to take it. Second place, still solid. Fortnite, very much a game you're either first or last, but we have to remember, second place still gets a ton of points, and we should expect to see them up on the leaderboards, Panda.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But before we could look at that leaderboard, we got to dive into a quick break. So make sure to stay tuned, and we'll be just back in a few. Welcome back, everybody, to the Xfinity Auto Anarchy featuring Fortnite event. Panda and Gun bringing you all of the action. 2 games down, 4 games remaining, and the leaderboards are in. We got to talk about it. Has the leaderboard shifted here for the top 10? That is the question everybody's been asking. That's the question you all have waited to get answered. So without further ado, let's dive into the leaderboards here.
And there it is. Meltor. Cool Gamer able to take it. I guess Cool Gamer is a different in-game name because I believe Meltor was Zamster's teammate. So that performance by Zamster and Meltor putting themselves in first place. Nice solid lead by those guys. And then we see Defying and Diddy able to get themselves a second place. We got Ethan and Spence in third. Edge for Sujay still rocking that 4th spot. And with that victory royale, Snowy and Scav able to jump up into 5th place, Panda.
Yeah, but with only 3 eliminations, will they be able to hold it? Because the victory royale is good and getting a lot of placement is a good thing. But without that balance in eliminations, you find yourself staying lower on the leaderboard. So Snowy, Scav are going to need some more elims to put in these next few games. But going into number 6 through 10, we got to see what the difference here. And wow, 62 points from 7th place to 10th place. Everybody in a standstill. But if you're Moni and DateFN, you're feeling pretty confident. All you need is a victory royale because they're getting a ton of eliminations through these games.
Jeez, yeah, that's crazy to look at what we saw from Snowy and Scav. 3 eliminations, and then everyone else on the leaderboard had 8 or more. I mean, we look at Moni and Date, they had 18, Panda. That's a ridiculous amount of elims through our first 2 games. And of course, it'll wind up being a long play. We know Mars and Seven are some of the best collegiate players that we've seen in a long time. They've brought home a lot of dubs from collegiate play, and we see them up there in our top 10 once again.
Yeah, I mean, that top 10 is looking sharp. All I'm saying is I'm excited, right? We're going into game number 3. We're almost at that midway point in the tournament where it's like you can kind of have a better picture of what could potentially happen, right? But with only 2 games played, like, it still is anybody's game. There's still so much potential for these teams to continue to climb into contention, get into that top 10, and make some big things happen.
Oh yeah, it's very difficult for someone to have 6 amazing games. Most teams will probably have 4, 5, and this could be one of them as we're jumping in now to our 3rd match. But it's all about having a solid, consistent play style over these 6 games. It's not about just popping off one game and hoping that does enough for you. I mean, obviously you can go for those big wins, but with high risk comes high reward, and who knows whether or not it'll be reward enough as we see Lizzo and Snowy here on our right side. And we're checking out the map, and a lot of these players are going up to that northwestern corner, Panda.
Yeah, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. We saw a lot of action happening over there, but it's nice to see a bit of a split here. Does not look like there's too much going on near Misty Meadows, or just to the east of Misty Meadows, I should say. But switching over to Scav and Snowy, it does look like they have at least 2 other teams over to the west of them. So if they're not careful, they could end up finding themselves the target of some aggressive gameplay from these other players, especially considering with the slipstream close by, it makes it so much easier to get involved.
Now we're checking out Dirty Batman. Not able to get the shots on there, but are winners able to have Stealthy Stronghold all by themselves? That'll be huge. Now we're seeing some more fights going on as Loverboy has already lost his teammate No Peace. He gets cleaned up. Now Batman goes down. It's up to Gerard. Try and make a play here, but I don't think he's really got a shot. Both those players just sitting on his teammate, likely shook him down, took his lunch money. Now Gerard's got to do this all by himself.
Listen, I'm always rooting for Batman. I'm a Batman fan. I'm not gonna not root for Batman, but man, that is a rough start here for this team. And Gerardo just trying to make something happen, trying to get away, but not without taking a ton of damage. This team continues to apply pressure despite it being so early in the game. He switches vehicles yet again. Could he potentially make it away? This could be the greatest escape we've seen in Fortnite in quite some time.
I think he will get away. It looks like both those teams have kind of looked at one another and looked away from Gerard. So Gerard has some time. Will be able to go back and get his teammate's reboot card if he wants to. It all depends on how long these players over at Dirty Docks are going to sit here. But Russo and Nosy farming up, doing their thing. Looks like the other team is disengaged. Might be someone else walking into Dirty Docks because it's not really a place where you're going to be looting off the rip. Now, checking out what's going on around the rest of the map. We see Harsh picking up Cupcake Loverboy in the feed. Unfortunate for him. And Russo, Nosy might wind up getting themselves accidentally into another engagement as they're rotating into an area where there was just a team.
Yeah, they're going to have to be very, very careful. If you didn't see there, it actually looked like it was potentially Dizrod and company that were landing here in the slipstream. So it does look like they completely disengaged and the solo player was able to slip away. But Pure, Nazi, and Rizzo, they're still on the case. They understand that this player went in this direction and they are on high alert. You see Rizzo just continuing to look around just in case that player decides to try and sneak up on him. But now we flip over to Sujay and Edge. It looks like they got Believer Beach almost to themselves. It looks like there's only one other player here in this space. And it looks like it's potentially a 2v1. I'm sure they were the ones, or they weren't the ones actually to take out the other player. So now they're just trying to find out where he is. But we switch over to Isolate and Kirk showing some disrespect as they get the two quick eliminations there in Corny Complex.
That's right. You got to let them know, Panda. When you win off spawn, that's the time to be like, yo, don't come back to my POI. This is my Corny Complex. But now we're checking out some other fights going on. Unfortunate for these teams, they're getting pinched in. And it looks like there could be a third party. I think that's Snowy and Scab that could be looking to jump on this fight. But Control and Harsh have cleaned this up quickly. And Snowy, no, that isn't Snowy and Scab. That is somebody else sitting up there. Getting a couple shots on, but nothing significant. And don't believe a fight will happen here, Panda.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you. I don't think there's going to be a full engagement. They took some shots. They tried to get some control here. No pun intended. But no, actually, as we say that, it looks like they continue to pressure on, and one teammate actually lands just on top of them. So the fight is going to ensue. Control and Harsh in their established builds already. And you know what? Afif got aim and Baddie just trying to continue to apply pressure. It's interesting that they're attempting to apply so much pressure and take this fight. But as you can see, it was a mistake. It's Control and Harsh just quickly take out Afif. And now Baddie all by himself has to use the chug splashes and try and survive. Harsh trying to come up here. And it looks like trying to piece control the man, the myth, the legend, the Baddie over here. But big tags coming out from either direction. And it's not going to be enough. Control and Harsh took that fight with ease.
What are they doing? Afif just literally walked into somebody else's box, man. Like, he knew the players were there. It makes you question that move, and we see Gulak going down. Matthew trying to get out of here, but I'm not sure that one will be happening either. He'll go for the heal up, and it actually does look like he'll get an assist from some other third party, so he's not going to get chased by that team, but he is going to lose his teammate. Can grab the reboot card, not a big deal at the moment. We'll see exactly how this plays out. And here's the two teams that are in the outskirts. It looks like Isolate was the one that helped Gula at least get eliminated. And we have Salfarez chilling with this mythic burst assault rifle. I love this thing, especially being a controller player. Like, this thing just absolutely deletes people from lobbies, Panda.
Yeah, it definitely does. It's actually part of the reason I land where I land in this season, because this bad boy does some serious damage, and that rate of fire that it has on it is just insane. We saw it right there. Just the pressure you can put on with it. It is almost like having an automatic assault rifle, or your standard assault rifle, I should say, in game. It shoots so quickly and does so much damage that if you have it in your inventory, it's kind of GG for the rest of the lobby.
It really is. And someone hopped on the turret. That's not something you see too often here. And here it is. It's Isolate going up against a player. It's Matthew. They know he's a solo, trying to clean this up. Matthew putting his best attempt in. Don't know that it'll be enough. Can Isolate get in? Grabs the wall, finds the shot. Nothing in the shotgun. Does not collect on his reward. Does not pass go. And he's still trying to get some shots off. You got to reload your shotgun, my man. And there it is.
Yeah, he had control of that fight. He knew that this player wasn't going to be able to go anywhere but into his boxes. And fortunately for Isolate, he was able to clean it up. Did miss a few shots there. Did not reload the shotgun when he should have. But, you know, he still made up for it with that piece control. Now you see Kirk going to get that half pot and get fully healed up. But we switch over to Flapjack and Kai, who unfortunately, Flapjack is going to go down. Kai getting some big tags, though, and actually takes out Scav and almost gets the elimination. But no, Snowy is actually going to clutch up and take out Flapjack and Kai before Scav completely goes down.
And it's only a one-tick in Storm right now, so nothing these guys have to worry about, especially seeing the heals. They're at Flopper Island. There's plenty of HP to be had around these parts. There's actually 3 campfires just within the 100 meters that they're in. Control appearing to be in a box here with another player, taking him down with Harsh. Good teamwork there, and the fights continue to be rolled through by Control and Harsh. These two are playing shoulder to shoulder. This guy tries to get away, and he will successfully, but not before his teammate gets taken out, and these guys pick up another elimination.
Yeah, I mean, I am just impressed. We are only in zone 2, and they have, I believe, what was that, 7 eliminations? So this is definitely the start you want to see. But another impressive start here is Edge and Sujay. They've done a good job. Every engagement we've tuned in for them, they are handling it appropriately. And for them, now they have 2 eliminations on the board here. 4 elimination points up in their arsenal here, starting in the game, which is a solid start. But will they be able to keep that momentum going, especially with players like Control and Harsh in the lobby? That's the question I need answered.
And now we see Nosy with this legendary pump. That's huge. This thing outputs so much damage. He's trying to hit the side jumps, able to get the cone on this player. Looks for the box, able to get it. No, but luckily the teammate supports him. Otherwise, Nosy was taken out. That first one, more shots come through. Figment, weak, trying to get the heals off. Is he going to be able to do it? The wall comes through. More shots by Nosy. Not able to get the elimination. Figment just barely staying alive. Can he find a shot here by Nosy? Not enough damage, and now Nosy looks to recollect himself as both players jump on him, but Nosy's teammate is also here now. Russo looking to close out this fight.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job of not letting them heal, just pressure upon pressure here right outside of Dirty Dock. So we know this team hasn't moved too far, and they are able to get J-May Season out of here and his teammate Figment both going down. It's actually a tough position for them to be in, but for Rizzo and Nosy, they're going to be able to do some big things. Now, one thing I do want to say is Figment last week, you would enjoy it, was actually utilizing the heal strategy in the games. Okay. So the heal off strategy was used by Figment. Could we see them go back to that since this game plan isn't working out for them?
I mean, you could. I'm a big fan. If you guys don't know, currently working on getting to Champs Division just by doing the heal off. We're on the way. I'll leave it there. We're on the way. We're not there yet. These guys clearly just run through lobbies in arena duos or trios. I would expect these guys first day Champs players. Easy.
Oh yeah. I mean, look, you see how they handle the situation. They've probably honestly been more focused on the collegiate competitive events that AVGL is putting on, because they aren't necessarily in Champs yet, but they have that potential. And obviously, you know, when you play these tournaments, you're not gaining arena points. So they're more focused on doing some big things here with AVGL instead of getting those arena points early on. But speaking of teams that have done well in the past, it is Dizrod, it is Felix trying to survive, but no, Dizrod unfortunately going to go down there. Felix left alone to heal up against Mars, and is that 7? So Mars and 7. It can confirm 7 is here, making an appearance there with Mars, and Felix now going to have to completely disengage. This is not the start that he was hoping for here in game number 3.
And of all the duos you can run into, running into Mars and Seven probably isn't the one that you could pick. Felix is going to try and get out of here, but I doubt that this is allowed. They're too good of players to just let this solo walk away. And realistically, if Felix had a ton of mats, he might be able to do this. He's not in that position, though. And yeah, here comes Mars, just going to jump on Felix, look for the pad. We're going to see a fight take place here. Can Felix do something special? Take a little 2v1. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, it's all over.
You know, it was a good effort there from Felix, but Seven and Mars are just extremely talented. It was going to be tough for them to go down there, especially with the HP advantage that they had going into that fight. Now, though, Seven and Mars, 4 eliminations. They're going to need to continue that energy in here in this game if they want to continue to climb that leaderboard. But, man, as I say that, we switch over to Sujay just hitting the beams there onto Bella Hadid.
Yeah, watch yourself. Watch yourself. Sujay's got some aim here. If you're in his lobby, you're going to be definitely dealing with the problem, but watch out, Panda. We have some players. They're sitting in the car waiting for someone to go for this vending machine. I think this will work. If they're patient enough, we're going to be able to see the elimination happen from Cranberry and Svenik.
I'm going to be honest with you. This is my strategy, but it's mainly with the reboot vans.
Okay.
I'm going to be honest. I've been doing it this season with the reboot vans, and it's been fun. It's been a lot of fun. But looking at the way that this is unfolding, it does look like they may actually have a team rotating up behind. But listen, it's kind of a red flag when a car is parked so close to a vending machine without any kind of indication as to why. So if these players identify that, they could realize that there's a team in there, but we'll see.
And we see a team right in front of them, maybe going to be able to pick up on some of the action that occurs behind. Jivisa and Divisiv, both here in the zone already. We're in third zone. We got 35 players remaining, and it does look like someone has ran into this trap that was set up. Don't know that it was successful, as we see. Oh, there's 3 players in this car. We're all hanging out here. Okay, this is
Wait a minute, it's 4 players. Wait, I'm confused. Did they even realize they were in the car together? Okay, so somebody had to realize, right?
No, I don't think anyone knew that there was 4 players in that car.
I mean, that was just crazy to watch.
What? Are they still sitting in the car? Like, is this still happening right now?
I think you're right. Oh no. So I think maybe one's in the car and then Jivy is just behind. But man, what a play. Listen, if you want a clean rotate, that's the way to do it, I guess.
It's like, you know, someone's just picking you up. It's like, yo, can we get a ride to zone? None of us can drive yet. And Dieter and John Cena just hop in the car like, yeah, let's go. We got you guys. No way. You know, sometimes you see things that you've never seen before in Fortnite. This is one of them.
Yeah, listen, John Cena and Dieter dugging it down there. If you don't know, the new emote in Fortnite has hit the shop, man. It hit it last night. And, hey, listen, it's fly. It's a good look. I'll give Dieter and John Cena that. It's a good look, to say the least. But with teams like Svenik close by with Cranberry, I wouldn't want to make too much noise. You might end up getting pushed.
Ooh, getting to see that epic pistol. Not something you see too often. I wish it was a little higher respawn rate, because we don't see players really running around with those much, especially in like the team game modes, being able to split up your ammo between the small and medium. That way you have more shots. Plus the pistol just fires so quickly. It's a huge damage output weapon. Obviously lacks the same ammo cap that an AR or an SMG does, but nonetheless still really, really good. And now we tune in with what I would guess is our elimination leaders at the moment in Harsh and Control. Getting shot out with the vehicle. Looks like that's Edge4 and Sujay. So 2 top players in this lobby looking at one another face to face.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to call which team can walk away with it. Obviously, Control and Harsh have done a very, very good job here in the first couple games. and with tons of eliminations on the board in game number 3, they could be setting themselves up for a first place take there on the leaderboard if they play this right. But with teams like Batman and Gerardo on top of them, they have to be careful. They had a pretty good angle there onto them, so you have to be careful. The last thing you want to do is take some unnecessary damage at this point in the game, and that's what Salfreeze and Zigzag Zoe almost did, because Batman's still there. He's looking at him. He says, you know what? I'm ready to take some shots. Just peek your head a little bit.
Yeah, it's especially a problem when you don't have those big pots or the splashes to go ahead and replenish that HP. So then you're just stuck playing the rest of the game at 150, and that is easily one pumpable. That is what you want to try and avoid. And with no snipers, you don't really have to be worried about getting headshot sniped, but you do have to be worried about getting one pump. And it looks like Gerard and Batman now need to be worried about getting dropped in, as we're seeing them now on the wall of the opponent, dropping down a little further than I would have expected them to. And what's going on? Where's Batman? He's just letting his teammate do his thing. All right.
You know, that was definitely risky. I think you kind of acknowledged that as well. It was just not necessarily the smart play for Batman and company to do. But look, when you're a team like that and you accidentally drop, whatever the case may be, you got to work together. At that point, Batman's got to drop with you, or at least be applying pressure to the other team, and that's just not something we saw there. But now Gerardo taking a ton of pressure, and Salfrez looking to take advantage of said pressure. But no, as I say that, immediately gets dropped down, makes a bit of a misplay, and is now trying to get involved from a different angle.
They need to be careful. They're taking this fight, but this is outside of zone. It's about to start moving now, and the majority of the lobby is already in zone. This is going to be a problem because both teams will get focused. Salfrez does get the elimination there, but now the rotate comes into question. Will they be able to make it into zone? I know they have the launch pads, but that is not always your best play. They get the 2 eliminations. Now it's time to see if we can get into zone and exactly how much damage they're going to take, as Salfrez going in almost unscathed, as well as Zigzag Zoe. Okay, apparently everyone was focused doing something else, because that should not have been as easy as it was.
Yeah, they should be pretty excited that they were able to make it in as quickly as possible. And especially with a team like Mars and 7 on top, the pressure they've already been applying there from the high ground is impressive. Now with Control and Harsh on the low ground, will they be able to replicate a low ground performance that we've seen from them in the past? And they're actually using the newest meta in Fortnite, the pre-edits. They've been a part of the game, but it is the Season 8 meta, and it is here. And you see why it is so effective as Control uses it to take out Isolate.
Yeah, and if you don't know what the pre-edits are, a lot of you might have even turned them off. But before you place a build, you can make an edit onto that build, and it will be placed already edited. And in a lot of cases, it's a great way to start an engagement, because typically what happens when someone's trying to take your wall, you sit there and you try and hold the wall. Very often, when the other team gets it that's trying to pre-edit, you're going to be sitting there trying to hold a wall. There's nothing there, and you're just getting pumped or shot right in the face and losing tons of HP. It's super effective, and I have not found a counter, but now we see a high ground take. Harsh and Controller going for it, Panda.
Yeah, they're going for it, but it does not look like they're going to be successful. I believe Harsh went down there, and now Control does get an elimination there onto John Cena. But no, not without going down, so I was actually incorrect. Harsh is still up in this game, but Control now down to Mars. So Harsh probably going to have to drop down here, disengage completely, especially with 7 and Mars still doing a very, very good job here of controlling what's going on. And you see 7 now getting ahead of zone, cranking right back up for that high ground. He said, you know what, I'm not giving it up that easily.
That was a beautiful play. Harsh coming right back, getting some more tags in case his teammate didn't get enough. 7 leaving him with a little more, and now Mars and 7 up on the high ground, looking to close out this game. Can they be our first high ground team to win a match here today for the Autumn Anarchy presented by Xfinity Tournament? But no, Mars goes and gets tagged up big. He's not on the high ground anymore. Nosy's going for it. 7's still trying to hold. Both of them are weak. 8 eliminations, and now it looks like Nosy and Russo have taken it.
Yeah, and they did a good job of cleaning that up quickly. They need to focus on getting in, though. They cannot afford to take too much damage. They want to save those precious resources. We see those floppers, those chug splashes in the inventory, because if they need it for that heal off, that's where they're going to be more valuable. But now they have the high ground, they have control here, and they're taking some shots. Nazi just trying to make something happen. It looks like potentially another player trying to sneak up behind. It was actually Mars trying to sneak up behind, get some shots, but it's not going to be effective. Now they're just pressuring Mars, and this is a tough spot for him to be in, and big shots coming out. Mars does get to disengage, but not without Nosy trying to take some big tags there. Now the pressure raining down from above. If you're one of these players down below, you are screaming right now. You are trying to hold on as they are relentlessly putting pressure down on everyone below.
And Snowy and Scav are still up in this game. They have a chance to have another great match. They're down there, one of the low ground teams. Harsh still alive. Dodia. So we have 3 full trios and a solo hanging out. We hear Edge4 hissing his charged shotgun. Scav getting pressured from the high ground. Nosy's going to look to take the double edits. Now everyone trying to close out this game. Down goes Scav. Nosy going to take out both Snowy and Scav. Now it's down to Dodia, Edge4, and Sujay. Harsh is still alive as well. Russo up on the high ground. He's going to drop down, take a little bit of damage, not too much, but the materials are dwindling. These guys are running out of space and time, needing to close this lobby out. Can Edge4 and Sujay make a play for the win here?
Yeah, that's going to be the question. These teams are dwindling. It's the final moments. Nosy, Russo still up, applying pressure. Dodia getting tagged up, and there it goes down there to Nosy. Nosy now just trying to kind of hold the position that he was in, and you know what? He is just pressuring on. He says, you know what? I'm a fragger. I'm going to get involved. I'm going to continue to try to take shots. Harsh still up in this game, but as I say it, Harsh goes down. Now it is a 2v2 situation. One player down, 2v1. Edge holding on here. Russo trying to stay alive, utilizes the chug splashes and the flopper, but it's not going to work. Nosy, Russo taking game number 3 in style.
Jeez, pop off, why don't you, Nosy? Little 8 elims, and like at least 5 of those came right there in the final couple of zones, Panda. That was crazy. Those two absolutely popped off.
Yeah, like I said before, man, they know how to dominate on the high ground. That pressure, relentless pressure that they were putting on ultimately led to that victory royale. And that's actually the first victory royale that we watched high ground be successful, right? The first couple games, low ground was kind of the king situation there. Now high ground stepped up to the plate and made some big things happen. But with all the action from like Control and Harsh, for example, it was impressive to see this team still be able to get the victory royale.
Yeah, Control and Harsh had to have a ton of eliminations as well. We see Russo and Nosy putting in work early on in the lobby. There had to be a number of teams with double-digit or close to double-digit elims within this same match, and then we saw all of these teams, Panda, that are in our top 10 going into that game fighting at the end of the match. So I can't even guess what team is going to be in first place. I mean, maybe Nosy and Co with that first place win, but I don't know, man. It's going to be really close.
It is, because all these teams were getting huge elimination numbers, so it's going to be tough to tell. Regardless, though, that leaderboard is getting prepared. We are getting ready for game number 4, but before we can do so, we got to dive into a quick break. So make sure to go grab some popcorn, grab some soda. We'll be back in a few, so stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
When inspiration strikes during midterms, you need Xfinity Internet. Fuel your passions with speeds fast enough to power all you do. Get inspired with awesome offers exclusively for students.
An unbelievable connection needs unbelievable speeds. Can your internet do that?
We are back with the Xfinity Autumn Anarchy featuring Fortnite event, Life with Panda, Somebody's Gun, breaking it all down. We're about halfway through here, today's tournament. And honestly, I'm impressed. We've had incredible gameplay, but we wouldn't have this incredible gameplay without our sponsor, Xfinity. So make sure to power your game with Xfinity Internet. Our Autumn Anarchy sponsor for today delivers reliably fast gig Wi-Fi for clutch moments and big exams. Get inspired with awesome student exclusive offers for watching and playing your favorite games. Plus, get access to amazing perks like a $100 prepaid card, 6 months of Amazon Music, and no term contracts. Learn more at xfinity.com/student. Gig Wi-Fi requires gigabyte internet and compatible X-Fi gateway. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Look, that's awesome. If you're not getting Xfinity, I don't know what you're doing, right? Because obviously you want to have Xfinity gigabyte for those clutch moments, as they mentioned there. And we've seen a lot of clutch moments today, Gun. It's been an impressive 3 games, but there are still 3 games to go.
Oh yeah, we're halfway done with the action here today, and there's been some really impressive plays. I'm interested to see how some of our top players have wound up on our leaderboards. But one thing that has stood out to me here today, Panda, is the volatility of where these teams are game after game. It seems like there's not one team that we've seen kind of dominating everyone and really owning a lobby. It's open for anyone. Lots of possibilities for anyone in these games. And let's take a look at the leaderboard, see exactly where they wound up after 3 games.
Yeah, and here it is. It is Edge and A1 Sujay with 26 total eliminations and 133 points. So them having a probably a bit of a better average placement here has actually led them to be just above Money and Dade, who have 33 eliminations and the same amount of points, but clearly not as good a placement. So for Money and Dade going into this next game, going into that game number 4, they need to focus a little bit more on getting that placement other than the eliminations. But here it is, Cool Gamer 3526 and Meltor. That is that Zim Master that we saw there in one of those final moments there in game number 2, still on the leaderboard here in the 3rd position.
Yeah, Moni was in the Twitch chat letting us know he just had a 16 elim win. Let's check out the 6 through 10 here, and we got Dodia Prem right there in 6th place, Coot and Camarino there in 7th, defying Diddy in 8th, Mars in 7, not as high as I would have expected them to be after that previous match. And then we have Salfarez and Zagzo rounding out our top 10, Panda. Man, oh man, we got some good teams rocking today.
Yeah, we do. These are just incredible games that we've got to watch unfold here thus far. And guess what? There's still 3 more to go. We still have so much action to unpack here in the Xfinity Autumn Anarchy featuring Fortnite event. Now, this is duos, right? We got to talk about it for a second. We've had trios all year round, so it's nice to come into an event such as this and just experience that duo feel, because it is very different. It's very different, obviously, when you take engagements, you get to rely on that one other person. So I'm excited to have these duo events back here. So thank you to Xfinity. Thank you to AVGL for making all of this possible. We couldn't have these exciting games without you guys. So big ups to you all. And here it is, game number 4. We got to talk about it. Will high ground win again, or will low ground continue to dominate through these games?
I'm going to throw it out there, my prediction. We see another high ground win here in game 4. And going back to your, actually, kind of, what's your prediction before we hop into this game right here?
Okay, so I just, from what I've seen so far, it's hard to bet against low ground. Despite high ground having its advantages, it's so difficult to bet against low ground because of how consistent people have been from the low ground. So I'm going to personally say low ground is going to win this game, but it's time. Let's go ahead and dive into game number 4. But what were you going to say, Gun?
I was just going to say, I love watching duos. For me, it's the most natural team mode of any kind of Fortnite mode. I love trios as well and would pick trios over duos if I had to, but duos is just one of the most natural game modes, and even for the novice viewer, you can really understand what goes on in these game modes, because it's you and a teammate. You're kind of just playing as a unit, and as you add more people, it becomes more and more difficult to make all that work. Now we're seeing, once again, Dirty Docks is going to be quite contested. We have 4 teams rolling up to Dirty here, Panda.
Yeah, listen, Dirty Docks seems to be the hot spot here for all these teams. And it's actually a couple different players that we are seeing. Adopted Cake was not in the games that we were watching just previously, so there are a couple new contenders here for this drop. But Nosy just getting landed on and getting a quick elimination there. A bit of a questionable play there by Chris Tennyson. And unfortunately for him, he's going to go down fast because of that decision.
Yeah, I'm confused. I don't know exactly what that was, but okay. We tried. Now we got Nosy and Russo having a great start. 2 elims off the rip, and now easily rocking this game with 4 points already. Plus they'll be picking up all their placement points. Look like Nosy has decided not really to play arena yet. Might be waiting for, I don't know, post this tournament. He's just grinding all these collegiate tournaments as we see Mars picking up another elimination in the feed. And Nosy's going on the hunt now for these other players within Dirty Docks.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're nosy and you want to put some damage in early, now's the time to do it, because there are so many other players here that maybe not familiar or as familiar with this drop as you are in this tournament, because you've dominated this. You and Russo have taken this every single time, and that's why you see big tags coming out there. And Nosy says, you know what? We're going to keep it going. Oh my gosh, the beams on this guy, just putting in tons of damage here.
He gets both of them, just absolutely obliterates both players, and now they're just running away. Cake is gone. He's getting eaten. One more here. Oh, Nosy, don't do it to him like that. That's a little two-piece, and all he has to do is show off that AR aim.
Yeah, he's doing a good job at that. I mean, look, if you know how to use it, man, you know how to use it. That's all I gotta say. And for Nosy, he knows how to use that assault rifle. That was just some insane damage that he was able to put in there so early.
It's like Russo's going for one of those sideways, and I don't think they know that there's a team just lurking in the outskirts. I think that might be Derpy and Dylan, if I just quickly saw the names right on the screen, but not going to be a problem for these two. Nosy and Russo going to get on out of here. Jump back into the sideways. Nope. Jump out of the sideways. Okay, we're going back and forth. Don't know what's going on, Panda, but something happened, and now we're going to Kirk and Isolate.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job here. Kirk swimming over to Isolate. Isolate getting involved here and taking some shots off. But, you know, they're aggressive. They know how to handle these situations, but no, it looks like Kirk is sneaking right up behind this other player, and Isolate just laying down those starting tags. That is what you want to see here from a teammate, and setting this fight up to be a quick one here, as long as it plays out in Kirk's favor. And there it is, a big knock there on the T953.
Gets one Elim, looking for another one, but nope, Isolate will clean that one up, bring the Elim home, and now Kirk, Isolate, looking like they're in a really good spot. They might accidentally run into some other players who know are in the nearby area. For now, they'll be all right. And rocking with the IO car here in a sec. Always should be moving with the car, in my opinion, Panda.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to agree with you, man. Listen, with cars in the game, they are such a beautiful item to use for rotations. You have to take advantage of it while you can. And that's what we see some of these players doing. And if you're not using it or you're not including it in your gameplay, now's the wake-up call, because rotating with a vehicle is so powerful. But speaking of power, it is that automatic sniper rifle we talked about before, and it's in an epic variant. And it looks like John Guava is waiting to get some tags off. He knows there's some players in this direction. He knows that they're going to have to rotate at some point, but will he be able to get the tags? That's the question.
We'll see how good his AR aim, if he hits some aim trainers. Maybe not. We're going to get on out of here. This is a throwback skin, especially with that cape. I mean, what is that? Season 2, Season 3? Not even of this chapter, of last chapter, but nonetheless, Russo getting box to box, hit some shots. Not enough, though. Russo goes down there to Dylan. I knew they were in the area, and now it's up to Nosy to close this out. Big shots coming through from both players. He gets one. Nosy very weak. Gonna be able to get the finish there, grab that purple pump shotgun, and now it's time for him to make a play. He's the one on the back foot looking to get some shots off, and I don't know what's going on, but Murphy's giving him time to at least heal up. That's well more than he should have had. And now Nosy going for the shots, able to get himself some room, going for the big pot, wants the heal. Not going to be enough, though. Derpy just lets that happen. Interesting.
Yeah, listen, if you're Nosy, right, you know that you have Dylan out of the game. So Derpy is all by himself, and you know that you're a talented player. We've seen Nosy get some crazy eliminations, and so now it's about converting that same energy here in game number 4. You see him quickly try to take the fight, but decides to completely disengage. Probably the play here, because they were just utilizing too many material here at this point, and Derpy now just launching away, and it looks like potentially going for Dylan's pickup. So this could be a big turn here, as long as they can get Dylan back in the game.
A mutual disengage. Both those guys were like, we both lost a teammate. neither of us really win by continuing this fight. Let's just get out of here and we'll both get our teammates up, live to fight another day. And now we see Water Blanket with Nanolo all the way up the Craggy Cliffs, and this is a team down below that we've checked in with earlier. Is Isolate and Kirk, both of them have been playing pretty well in this qualifier. Now, can it continue in the second half of the tournament?
Yeah, and they're doing a good job here of controlling it. There's big tags off onto Kirk, and Kirk goes down. It goes down quickly there, but no. Isolate says, you know what? I'm not going to let this go unchecked, as he gets a quick big tag there onto Nanolo. Nanolo is going to get the refresh there from the Siphon. Now Isolate just trying to disengage, does utilize the launch pad, but no, it's not going to be enough. Isolate is out of the game as Water Blanket ends up getting the final tags.
Yeah, that Water Blanket didn't cover enough there as he's hitting all the aim. And what's going on here? We have a couple of players in this vehicle making a rotate. It looks like Jake and Craig going down there in the feed. I guess Dade and Moni are in this game. We got to watch out for them. And there's a llama right here. Love to see a nice little llama.
There it is. And actually the hit on the llama, this is huge. But I don't think, I'm actually curious. I don't think Omega and Javier know that Battletoad is in the car. I think they've just been driving and not realizing they're there. I mean, this is the time to act, right? If you're Cupcake Loverboy and Battletoad, now's the time to jump out of the car and take advantage of them, especially while they were sitting there. But how do you not know? I feel like would you not try to like switch seats at some point? Or I'm just stunned.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on either, Panda. I mean, maybe you gotta figure out what's going on, and Battletoad and Loverboy just kind of get the rotate for free. Nosy taking shots at the drivers, but these two have managed to just hang out in the vehicle the whole time without any worries. That is quite the play by these two, and they got to watch out because Nosy is right in the distance, and we know those two are looking to take fights.
Yeah, they definitely are looking to take fights. I'm confused, right? Like, they're not in zone. What are they going to do here next? Could they get involved in this engagement? I guess that's another question. But they're just hanging out. This is probably the most clutch sneak performance I've seen in a while, because none of these players that are fighting right here realize that Cupcake Loverboy and the Battletoad are just chilling. They're just chilling in the car. But if you're one of these other players, you're getting involved. Like Nosy here, getting Russo back up and just trying to continue to take this fight.
And we see he's getting quite aggressive. They're going to take down one player. Russo gets Cranberries. The piece control by Nosy, cleaning him up. He's sniffing walls and being sent back to the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want to see. You want to see these quick refreshes, these quick engagements. You can't be spending too much time on it, because all that's going to do is draw more attention to you. And that's the last thing you want to deal with, is these other players trying to get involved and take shots at you when you don't have to. But if you're Russo and Nosy, you want to keep going. You have 7 eliminations on the board. You know the type of gameplay that you play. You're aggressive. You get in people's boxes. You make things happen. And I think that's what we're going to see. We're going to see a little bit more aggression here coming out of them as these zones continue to close in.
And they'll continue to put it on as more and more teams run through them. They're sitting right on edge. I would expect a team to rotate there, but these guys are going to take a preemptive rotate. And we still see our guys just chilling in the car. They haven't moved from that position. I guess they're waiting for somebody else to drive them into zone. And here's the Battletoad and Cupcake Loverboy hanging out in the vehicle. Not a care in the world. Just waiting for their next ride, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, look, when Storm closes in, they'll have to move. Like, there's no choice at that point. But they are really playing for placement here, which honestly is smart, right? Wait until the end game to get those eliminations that you'll need to balance everything out, because that's what it takes. You have to be patient. You have to get the eliminations later on to ultimately find yourself climbing the leaderboard, because it's all about balance. It's a balancing act, and with placement being so valuable, you don't want to find yourself going down too early, especially to a mistake like being too aggressive.
Now we see another team just waiting Splash and Despising hanging out, waiting for a team to roll up to the steamy stacks as Moni and Dade picking up more eliminations right there in the feed. And everybody seems to be taking a deep breath at the moment. Oh, as I say that, looks like Dylan and Derpy getting in some action as well. We saw them in a fight earlier. Derpy's taking lots of shots there with the Mythic Og. And now just playing the low ground as the zone is forcing this team right into them.
Yeah, and it's surprising, right? Like last time we checked in, Derpy was left alone. Dylan was down, and now it's a bit of a turn here as Dylan is now back in the game, and they're looking to make some big things happen. So that's what happens, right? You look at these teams that disengage. They disengage for a reason. Both teams now able to get their teammates in and still play out the remainder of game number 4, because it is vital. This is the vital point of the tournament, the halfway mark, to say the least. And if you're Grandpa Skip and Kais, you definitely need to be careful.
Grandpa Skip in college, but you know, in Fortnite, if you're over the age of 18, you're an old man. So I don't know what that makes us, Panda.
Hey, listen, I think that makes us ancient. Let's be honest here. But no, look, if you're playing this smart and you're playing it out right, like Derpy and Dylan are here, they just continue to control this fight. They're piecing everybody up. They choose the rate in which they engage, whether they need to speed it up, whether they need to be patient from taking it from high ground. I mean, this is honestly some veteran level play, and that's why they walk away now with a couple more eliminations on the board. But they did take quite a bit of damage, so it was a bit risky in the way that they were setting themselves up, but fair play either way.
And for them, just keep upgrading that loot. It was already so nice. Now they're gonna get a nice little upgrade, go from that gray to a blue pump shotgun, and now 2 of our more aggressive teams, Nosy and Russo, wall to wall with Moni and Dade, and we're about to see this fight happen in real time as these 2 are getting after it. Nosy puts some shots on, wins that trade there with Dade, and now trying to close the gap, get in, but nope. Wall gets held for a second. Now continuing to force these players back, and Nosy needs to be careful as he's dealt some damage. And Russo picks up Dade, so now Russo is taking down one of the players. He wants both. He hits him. Oh, going for the pickaxe, and he gets it. Sit down. That's what Russo says.
That is crazy. I mean, look, he doesn't even have a shotgun in the inventory and still able to take advantage. Russo going down at a pivotal moment there, getting picked up, and now getting a huge start to their game. I mean, what an engagement to watch out of these 2.
Oh, I can't believe that just happened. I'm a little shocked, but okay. We go again. What's up, Exemplify and Monkey? Hopefully Exemplify is doing well on all his exams this year.
Yeah. I mean, look, you see what's going on here. The patience, the understanding that overextending at this point. You clearly, this must be an exam taker, someone that knows how to play it out. Definitely a high-level college student, because that is the patience that we don't often see from these aggressive Fortnite players that we watch time and time again. But now Mars and Seven still in this game as well, but they haven't been as aggressive as we've seen with other teams. Could we see that change here?
I don't know. I don't know that they're the most aggressive team. They're willing to fight. Oh, a little toe shot by Dylan. Going for the piece control, just grabbing everything. Not enough to get the box. But it looks like Dylan and Derpy are going to be able to grab another elim unless this player can turn it around. Dylan just keeps getting shots off, but oh, Derpy goes down. So he falls, and now Dylan's all by himself. Really confused why he's still rocking that shotgun, but it is what it is, and Dylan gets traded. Does not win that trade. The opponent going to get tagged up. Down he goes. Dylan finally able to get that knock. And now the opponent right on his wall needs to be careful because Dylan owns all this. He's going to be able to take this player down if he can find the right angle on him. Nothing connecting yet. He's going to go ahead and heal up while this guy just looks for him. Oh, nice little shot.
There, and you know, look, every time we've turned into Derpy and Dylan, they've been in an engagement and they've been the aggressor, right? But now it looks like in game number 4, it's not working out in their favor. They continue to lose their teammates by playing this way, and ultimately now find themselves back in the lobby. So they have to be a little bit more careful as they get ready for game 5 and 6.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for these guys. They're getting sent back to the lobby, and Russo and Nosy are just going to sit here and wait for Anand to come out of zone. We see Exemplify flying into zone here, but their focus should be this player coming out. This should be an easy elimination out of the air. Unable to get those tags in, but I would fully expect them to now chase. And they
and they're doing just that. They are running. They said, you know what, we're gonna get this elimination. We are gonna settle, right? And they are doing a good job. But as I say that, some scuffed edits come out, and now another launch pad having to be used. Fortunately for them, they are going to have quite a few in the inventory, but if they're not careful, they could end up running out. But with 13 eliminations, I think that's the last. Now 14 eliminations, that is the last concern in mind now. With the mythic burst assault rifle in hand, they are set up for a great end game here.
Yeah, that's going to be about it. They do wind up having a decent zone for themselves. They're all the way on the low ground, so maybe this could be your low ground team that winds up winning it. We do see Sujay and Edge4 are right here. Another team that's more than capable. They're gonna put the pressure back on. Russo and Nosy knocked on the wrong wall, and now Russo is just gonna have to play this by himself as Nosy has quickly been eliminated. And there's some pressure coming in from a third party. Sujay and Edge4 are gonna look to clean this up as they now know Russo is all by himself. It's only a matter of time, but Russo snags a shot on Sujay, and this fight's going to slow down.
Yeah, and I'm surprised, right? You've seen how aggressive Sujay was in previous games. We saw some big beams coming out from him in the last game, and I'm actually surprised at the understanding of when to truly disengage. That takes a really smart player who's spent a lot of time playing it at a competitive level like this. That's what we're seeing here. But now A1 trying to get re-involved. It looks like Edge and Sujay also want to make sure that they aren't giving up the loot that they have so needlessly worked for in those moments. So they said, you know what, this is ours. We don't care if you're going to try to pressure us. We'll take you out if you do.
And there just wasn't too much that would turn them away from that fight. The only thing they can really gain from that is more materials, and it doesn't matter. They're going to keep pushing this and forcing these players back off what they consider to be their loot. Now we take a look at the lobby. We got Blackhawk, Domo over there, and tuning back in with Edge4 because I have a hint that this team will be winning from the low ground, making you look really good here, Panda.
Yeah, this is what you want to see. I've told you, man, that low ground energy is what's going to make the difference here in this game. And as long as they can replicate that and keep it going. But with what they have in their inventory, it sets themselves up for success, especially with the high ground team looking like they're not applying too much pressure. So if this high ground team doesn't begin to step it up, low ground is definitely going to take it.
Oh no, Sujay goes down out the air. That's going to be tough. Edge4 is going to try and get to him. He does have time to get this res off, Panda, and it looks like he's going to be able to. Who knows if someone pressures him? No, I think we're good. We're going to be all right.
You know what? Surprisingly all right. Can we just say that? Because that was just tough to watch him get beamed out of the air like that, but that's the risk you take. When you use those launch pads, especially at these points, and you don't watch necessarily how many other people are up in the air and how much pressure is going to be on, you could take a lot of damage, and that's what we saw there.
Now the high ground tade's coming through. Looks like Cut and Camarino are going to lose their high ground position. They're going to look to play the mid game. They do have tons of peppers. They have the splashes, all that good stuff. Even a launch pad if they want to use it. Despising goes down below. And now we see it is A1 and Drakey up on the high ground looking to close out this game. Tons of ammo to just rain fire down below, and that's exactly what you want. We'll see if this team, Edge4 and Sujay, can make something happen, because I think they're your best shot to win this game from low.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree that what they've been able to accomplish has just shown that, you know what, they're best. They're the best. They're talented players. They know what they're doing, and ultimately that's what wins you games. You have to be an understanding of what's going on, because in these final moments, it doesn't matter how well you crank those 90s, how well you are mechanically. If you aren't playing it smart, you aren't going to win. And Sujay and Edge just continue to play their layers so effectively.
Force that team out of this game. A little help from the backside. Looks like that was Dr. Duke putting the pressure on from the back. These guys need to organize themselves and make sure they're breaking the right wall. They're up on the chili splashes, putting the speed on, running through these zones, and Drakey and A1 just sitting up above, firing down with that SMG. Actually, they both have SMGs. This is absolutely not what you want to see if you're one of the high ground teams. A1 sees that big shield potion down below, not going to get tempted yet, but continuing to take the shots down. There's plenty of big potions if he can get an elimination. And now Drakey, A1, want to close this out. The chaos down below, but it's Edgecore and Sujay just walking on out of that and getting front side of zone.
Yeah, and that's impressive. Drakey, A1, we've seen them do pretty well in previous games. Now they're looking to just control this from above. And the fact that they're using the SMGs is so smart. You don't understand how much or how effective these SMGs are in these final moments until you start using them, especially considering the AR in Drakey's inventory. It's a burst assault rifle. So it's so hard to pressure builds with the burst. Now with that SMG in hand, he's going to be able to pressure everybody down below. Little Domo, for example, going to have to hide and recycle through these builds just to barely stay alive. And he looks like he's just trying to control this low ground. He's going to have to continue breaking forward, though, if he wants to survive. Now he's going to have to go up against Duke. Big shots come out. He actually does take out Duke, and A1 takes out a player as well. Now it is a 2v1 situation. Little Domo versus A1 and Drakey. It is all but over, it seems, as long as Drakey and A1 can control it, but you never know. Little Domo can clutch up in these final moments.
It's going to go right through the spire. That's not something you could break. They could bury him down below, and it is looking like that's what they're trying to do. Domo's trying to make a play. He jumps right on him, but no, that's not enough. A1 and Drakey walk away with a 6 elimination victory royale.
Hey, listen, that is no easy feat for these players, and props to them. A1 and Drakey, 6 eliminations and the victory royale. Look, there's not too many teams that could walk away saying they accomplished that. So now we see it, and I'm excited. This just makes me even more pumped to see where this leaderboard is going to go, because it can continue to shift. Every game we watch, there is a new champion there on top.
Yeah, this is definitely going to shake things up. And speaking about shaking things up, let's see what happened earlier in this game. And quick little closeout to exactly what happened. We see Mars in 7, someone who's consistently been in our top 10, but I didn't see them there in the end game. And of course we know what Nosy and Russo did that entire game. They didn't win it, but they definitely stole the show with all those eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, they did such a good job of taking these fights, and you see it. Here's another example. Despite Russo being down, you see his teammate just continue to clutch up and get some eliminations. And they walked away with like 15 eliminations before going down. I mean, that is just impressive. And then it is the clutch play from Cupcake Loverboy and the Battletoad hiding in the IO car as they got a bit of a chauffeur setup there.
That was impressive. I don't know how nobody knew, but I guess you have the tinted windows and, oh, the pickaxe play, the disrespect on that, just to go for it. And then now we check out with Cut and Camerino. Cut was actually the one that took out Sujay earlier and was rezzed. Now we see Domo doing his best on the low ground, but it was all A1 and Drakey this game.
Yeah, and A1 Drakey clutching up, making some big plays there in the final moments, and ultimately getting them the victory royale. But I know I'm excited about the leaderboard. Gun, I know you're excited about the leaderboard. We'll be able to dive in that in just a few moments, so make sure to stay tuned, grab a drink, grab some popcorn. We'll be back in just a few. We are back with the Xfinity Autumn Anarchy featuring Fortnite Duos event. Life with Panda, somebody's gun here, bringing you all of the heat. And boy, is it just starting to heat up. 2 games remaining here in these final moments, and there is still no clear winner in this tournament.
Oh, absolutely not. When we take a look at the leaderboards here in a second, we'll see exactly how close it is between our top teams, not just top 5, but all of top 10. We see Cool Gamer and Meltor able to take that first place with 173 points. Right behind them,
Wow.
though, Edge4 and Sujay consistently making end games, and they are pushing them further and further. Moni and Dade looking to make a play, and then Panda, Snowy and Scav have finally worked their way up into our top 4. And look at the elim difference between them and literally everyone else on this page.
It's just crazy to think about 38 eliminations. But keep this in mind, everybody, because it is top 45 that make it to tomorrow. So top 45 duos go on to tomorrow to the finals and for a chance at that prize pool. So for these teams, they've made it, right? You look at what these teams have done. Great work, but it's all about replicating that tomorrow in the finals. If you don't know, it'll be Monster D-Face, Shy Wager, breaking it all down for you. We will miss you, but don't worry. They will take very, very good hand, or you'll be in good hands, because it's Monster D-Face, it's Shy Wager, they're the bomb. But look, let's wrap it up. It's game number 5. It is almost time here. Gun, predictions. Is it going to be high ground, low ground, or are we just going to see something crazy happen?
All right, I'm going to give you more than that. I'm saying Russo and Nosy win this game. If we're watching their game, it is them that win it. But if they're in a different match, I don't know what to tell you.
All right, I'm going to hold you to that. If that happens, that would be just nuts to think about. But when you have Zamster and Meltor, our first place team in this game, it's going to be tough for anybody to compete, because they have done such a good job of balancing those eliminations and those placement points. And looking at the lobby and all the other players remaining in it, there's still so much up for grabs. And that's what makes this so exciting, is that there's no definitive winner. Despite Meltor and company having a great lead there, it's still not enough to solidify them as the champions of the Xfinity Autumn Anarchy event. Looking forward to it, though. You got Gerardo and Batman trying to make up some lost time, because they've found themselves falling a little bit short here in the last couple games.
We do see them pushing this other team out of Bony Burbs, just applying some pressure and getting that team to think otherwise about landing here or taking any more loot. I think they're still trying to find exactly where the other team went, but nonetheless, we're going back to Mars and 7, one of our top 10 trios here, taking down some players off spawn. We see Moni popping up in the elimination feed, so there is some more elims for them. A little shakedown, taking his lunch money. Mars and 7 seeing where this other guy is, and 7's just gonna sit here. He knows that opponent is sitting in this. Oh, got him. Bye-bye.
Yeah, and it is all over as Harleen Quinn goes down to 7. And quick cleanup there for Mars and 7 here in Misty Meadows. And that's what you want to see. Those engagements in the early game have to be quick. You can't sit there and take these fights for too long, especially with slipstreams close by, because any other teams can just fly on in and try to get involved.
And that's what I would do. I ain't fighting one of these teams straight up. I'm looking to find a little bit of an opening and go for the third party in order to get some kind of advantage, because that mechanical advantage is not easy to get against some of these players. And we see Meeklor, K Schwartzy jumping in over at Flush Factory. They're looking to find someone down below. I can't tell exactly. It is one player, and there's another player trying to swim to help his teammate. That's John Guava getting shot up, tagged big. His opponent, K Schwartzy, also takes some damage, and Meeklor loving those gas cans. These guys are just gas canning everything at the moment.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of controlling this with the gas cans, and that's what you want to see. These gas can plays are so effective, but I don't think enough people are using them. And that's why K Schwartzy ends up coming out on top there with Meek and able to take him out quickly. Now, on one other player still remaining, it is Stug. And unfortunately, actually, it looks like it's a duo from this island. Or no, it is John Guava has gone down, and EFG here just trying to make some things happen, but is struggling. 92 effective HP to his name, and unfortunately not really connecting too many shots. But as I say it, a nice 76 tag onto the other player, and then it is all over as EFG has landed himself back in the lobby.
And while that fight was happening, it looked like Moni's going crazy, picked up 2 more eliminations. So wherever he's at, he is making sure the lobby knows this is his game to win. So maybe we'll get to see those guys pop off here, as they seem to be playing really, really well. I think they were in 2nd place or 3rd, right, Panda?
Yeah, I believe they were in 2nd place, if I'm not mistaken here, Gun.
Okay. I can double check for us. But either way, one of our top teams doing really well. I have them currently at 147 points in 3rd. I'm sure after this game, they will be doing even better, because I've seen Moni's name or Dade's name pop up at least 3 or 4 times. So they're rocking anywhere between 3 to 5 elims already. And that's a great start. Now we're tuning in with Ross and Kinney coming out of Pleasant Park. Looking really good. I'm surprised, though. That shotgun's all they got out of Pleasant. And here we go. Here's Moni and Dave. 4 elims already in the vehicle. Likely looking for more, Panda.
Oh, they are looking for more. You see them just continuing to go around this lobby and trying to make something happen. They know that they can be aggressive here. They're still in the first zone with 4 eliminations, which means they know what they're doing. And Mr. Bold Dade himself and Monet are just driving through the competition here as they continue to ready up and go. They are just non-stop moving. Another team that's non-stop moving, it is Chief Beast and Speedy Mello. This is a really impressive duo that we've watched here, some of these ABGL events, and they know exactly how to handle business.
Oh no, Gerard gets pinched. He goes down, and Batman, what do you got here? Speedy Mello, Chief Beast jumping on your wall, both taking shots, and he doesn't got much. He's going back to the lobby. Unfortunately for him, it's not his game. Maybe next one. We got one more. But Chief Beast, Speedy Mello, off to a really good start this match.
That they are, and they're doing a good job of controlling everything that's going on. Now Micah and Sweetie going up against Meeklor and Schwarzy, that team we watched just south of here, take that engagement near the Flush Factory, is now back at it again here up against that Sweetie and Micah combo, and they are a very, very good combo. So if they're not careful, Meeklor and Schwarzy can find themselves going down. They're already taking a lot of damage here with the pressure just raining down from above. If they're not careful, they could run out of material pretty quickly.
They definitely can. Meeklor and K Schwarzy just looking to stay alive at this point. I don't necessarily know that they wanted this fight, but you don't always get to choose when you have to take a fight. Sometimes the opponents choose for you. Meeklor trying to sneak shots in between the builds. Doesn't look like any significant damage has gone through either way. And both these teams come to a stalemate. Mika and Sweetie just want to sit up on the high ground, while K Schwarzy and Meeklor fine with chilling in their box. We'll see which one breaks first.
That's the question, right? Who's gonna break first? Who's gonna give up those precious moments there in that fight? And if you're Schwarzy, if you're Meeklor, you don't have too much to work with. So this is really your only option. You have to wait until either Micah and Sweetie disengage, or they make a mistake that ultimately results in them taking the fight.
They are able to find Sweetie out. Not a ton of damage hit. It looked like only one tag there. Now the tides have turned. K Schwarzy and Meeklor are up on the high ground, but they can't necessarily own this position, not having a ton of materials on either of them. Sweetie pops a big pot. He's back up to about 200 HP. Dade gonna get an elimination there on the Ninjaman. Moni goes down to BCR, and it looks like that's another fight happening. So multiple different duos, excuse me, going after it here in this mid-game zone.
Yeah, I mean, look, now Miklor and Schwarzy with the high ground, just applying a pressure from above, they're going to be able to control this a lot better than the situation they were just in moments ago. But remember, they have no material. It's very, very limited what they can do as far as builds go. But Sweetie and company are in the same position. Micah and Sweetie don't have too much to work with. And with Schwarzy and them just applying that pressure continuously with the SMG, they should be running out here momentarily. But no, as I say that, Micah now getting involved. Maybe another team even shooting from a distant. No, it is all Micah and Schwarzy's company. And who will they be able to take out? Who's going to be the winner? Schwarzy taking some big shots. Micah very, very weak. Sweetie still in a good spot. Micah goes down. Schwarzy goes down. It's all up to Miklor versus Sweetie. Sweetie in a much healthier position here than Miklor. Now it's just about waiting for the big tags. Will it be enough? And it comes down to it. Miklor, with the disadvantage, ends up taking out Sweetie and winning the engagement.
Miklor's so excited he doesn't know what to do with himself at this point. Now we see Mars and Seven over here outside of Misty, potentially looking for some opponents. Seven's up in the bush. I'm not sure what the game plan is. I guess Mars just going for some extra loot. Not that he necessarily needs anything at the moment. It might be scouting, trying to find some players, because this is a weird split for these two to be doing at the moment.
It is definitely a weird split. I think I'm not actually sure what the thought process is here, Gun. It's a bit risky to watch, but you know what? Mars 7, they know what they're doing, right? These players all know what they're doing in these lobbies. But no, as I say that, Moni and Dade, their aggression comes to a screeching halt as it's Ross and Kenny gets those quick eliminations.
Some more picked up by these guys here in game number 5. The second to last game here for our players, having to make something happen. If you haven't yet, it's going to be a little too late for most of these teams if you're out of contention going into game 6. Give yourself a chance here in game 5. We'll see how these guys decide to play this out. Looks like Kenny is changing up his inventory, maybe checking Twitter, hanging out, seeing what's going on the AVGL stream. What's up, Kenny, if you're popping in?
Yo, I mean, for real, listen, this is exciting. We've seen so many big names here in these games. It's been impressive. Now, remember, these aren't the only people competing. There are so many players stepping up to the plate and competing in this event. That's why it's only the top 45 teams that go on to tomorrow's finals. So if you're playing in it, good luck, guys, but make sure to focus up, because top 45 is not going to be easy to achieve with these players.
No, and just like you said, there's multiple lobbies running at the moment. So it's not just one game going on. You're not just fighting against the people in your lobby, but you're also trying to outdo the people in another lobby. And that's why we see teams pop up and down the leaderboard, not necessarily to do with exactly what's happening in the single game. So that's why we keep checking the leaderboard, keeping you guys up and informed as to what's going on. And Chief Peace, Speedy Mellow, in a good spot here, right outside Lazy Lake. It seems like the games have started to slow down. A lot of teams were pretty aggressive early on, Panda. Now appearing much, much more passive as we're going towards the end of this tournament.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to agree with you. I think they understand that, you know what? We've done this elimination game plan. We've been aggressive, and it may not have necessarily worked out in our favor. Now we got to play this a little bit smarter. We got to play this a little bit more passive. We have to understand that how valuable placement truly is. And if we get into the occasional engagement, fine, so be it, right? But outside of that, that's what it's all about. You have to understand that, you know what? If your game plan is not working, adjust and keep on going.
That's right. You only have so much time to make stuff work. You only really, you get like 2, maybe 3 games to try out your game plan. If it doesn't work at that point, it's time to switch it up and find something that will work, because otherwise you're running out of time. And we see a few of these trios or duos have started to run out of time, but still plenty of contenders here. We were very close last time we checked the leaderboard. Oh, the Rockets coming in by the boat. That's a tough one. Speedy Mellow, Chief Beast just gonna back on out of there. Like, all right, bro, we see you. You know, that's not exactly what we're hoping for, but we will survive.
I mean, listen, as much as I want to burst out into I will survive here, I'm going to hold myself back because it looks like there are players like Zamster going down, and Zamster being one of our top teams. Derpy saying, you know what? I don't care if you're at the top of the leaderboard or you're close to. I'm taking you out. And Derpy now able to pick up Dylan. So this is going to be interesting. You've seen a lot of great gameplay so far from Derpy and Dylan, but they began to struggle here in the second half. Will they be able to turn it around in game 5, though? That's the question.
Yeah, I don't know. They have done well in the mid games up until they run into a certain opponent. It's not one specific person, but it seems like every game they're playing pretty aggressive. They're running through a couple of players, and then eventually they run into somebody that just stops them, halts them in their tracks, and sends them back to the lobby. We'll see if they've learned anything yet, but no, it looks like they're already starting to look for their next opponent, as A1 and Drakey have already backed out of there, and we're about to see a fight happen. A1 putting some big shots there on, and more tags coming through. He's getting both teammates. Another one. Greedy getting boxed up. He's waiting. He's looking to make a play. A1 gets tagged from the side. I think that's Dylan and Derpy coming in for this third party. Dylan cleans up the other team, and A1's just trying to get out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough spot for Drakey and A1. They were doing so good in that situation, and then Derpy and Dylan just come in and they clean it up. They said, you know what, we're not gonna let you have any advantages. Now Bot the Builder, though, trying to go up against Dylan. Dylan has all this incredible loot now in front of him, and honestly it looks like he doesn't even know what to do with it.
I wouldn't know either. I mean, that's just more loot than you can carry, and the analysis paralysis starts to kick in when you're trying to figure out what's the best thing to do, and ultimately you take too much time. But these guys aren't taking any time. They found their next opponent. That's Tina right there taking some shots. Tina's gonna go down, and now it looks like they're searching for the next opponent. It's Bot the Builder. I love that name. Oh, Bot the Builder gonna get tagged up again, coned, and here we go. Dylan should finish this up here in a second. It's just a matter of time. Oh, Bop the Builder getting in. Oh,
yeah. I mean, that's just crazy. Like, Dylan able to handle that Bot the Builder, thinking that he was going to be able to get away, disengage, get up top, but no, Dylan's just like, you know what? I've done enough fishing in my time. I understand how to handle this situation. And sure enough, Dylan handles it. He took him out, got it situated, but now A1 looking to creep up and get back involved. And I think Dylan now realizes it as Derpy tries to get back with his teammate.
Dylan was like, bro, I have more heals than I can even count. Like, you got a shot on me, that's cool. It's not going to do anything just yet. And now Derpy going after A1. So A1 may have been able to get a tag at first, but he ultimately made a mistake because Derpy and Dylan have played so aggressive. And now Derpy just on the hunt for this player.
Yeah, I mean, on the hunt, to say the least. He says, you know what? I'm not letting you get away. And I'm not going to let anybody in this lobby get away. As now Dylan is actually fighting somebody different than Derpy. So Derpy's going to need to get back with his teammate here and make sure that they're fighting this together. But no, Dylan just launches away. It looks like, yeah, he's going to go to reconnect there with Derpy. Smart play. The last thing you want to do is find yourself caught out by yourself.
See Derpy able to knock an opponent out of their builds. That's XPO. Dylan cleans them up, and these guys have run through another player. Oh my goodness. See, this is what we were talking about. They play so aggressive, but at the moment have not run into that opponent that's going to send them back to the lobby. It's MJD is the next target, and now Derpy and Dylan just looking for the final elimination on this duo. And it looks like he's going to get away, unless he gets picked up by another team. But Derpy and Dylan unable to connect onto MJD here. Not going to last long because Dylan and Derpy are searching for more.
Yeah, they are literally just diving in. As I say that, right into 7th base with 132 damage, pump shot, and looks, he actually, I think he has control of the builds there. So he could end up getting involved really quickly. You see Dylan actually getting there with Mars. Derpy now just trying to heal up. They need to play this together, though, and I think that's what they're going to do here now. They have 6 eliminations, but there's still potential for 6 more if they play these out smart.
And we do see Derpy and Dylan may have finally met their match when it comes to opponents. Mars and Seven will not just get ran through by any duo in this lobby. But Derpy and Dylan, smart enough, they realize their mistake. They're like, oh, this is not who we thought we were about to run into, and have now disengaged. It's time for both teams to look to make a rotate. Mars gonna hit the pad, and we should be in a good spot.
Yeah, this is actually a really solid spot. You see there's not too much congestion here in the spot that they landed in, so it's going to find them getting right into zone. But now Dylan and Derpy going to have to follow suit. You see the pad coming out, and they're actually going to go to the opposite end here in zone. Again, another smart play. The last thing you want to do is dive straight in on somebody, but as I say that, Dylan and Derpy just drop right into Flapjack's box, and it is all but over for him. Where is his teammate at as he just instantly gets deleted?
Flapjack was like, cool, I can get some free tags on these guys in the air. Little does he know, those guys are like, oh, cool, this guy opened up on us. Let's both get in. And Flapjack gets sent back. Oh my goodness, Panda.
I mean, look, that's just crazy. Could you imagine being in that situation? You're like, oh, let me open a window real quick to see what's going on. And all of a sudden, you got Dylan and Derpy flying in on your forehead and just quickly taking you out. I mean, it's rough. It's a rough situation. Fortunately, though, Dylan, Derpy, they know what they're doing, and they're just going to continue to put points on the board here. And also another thing, again, I mentioned it before, but if you don't have your teammate, you have to be careful. You'll find yourself getting caught out. And that's what happened there. But it's fortunate for Derpy and Dylan. They're still in it. They're still getting eliminations, and they're still being just as aggressive as ever. But with Schwarzy and Miklor still involved, they're going to use a pad. They're going to hope to survive here. And it actually looks like they hit their head there a bit. So they're not going to get the full effect of the pad. Fortunately, they do have those chili chug splashes, which is going to make all the difference here in these final moments.
Getting in the box of Cake, and they're able to get one elim. Scooping that up. Unfortunate for Cake. He's getting sent back to the lobby. Miklor rotating on through. We see Derpy going for the high ground. Seven has gone down. I think that's Dylan still putting the pressure on to Mars and Seven. Seven's going to go down. Derpy and Dylan now own the high ground. Mars on the backside, trying to navigate through all these builds, and Miklor just putting in the work, getting the front side of zone. Almost in. Despising goes down. Derpy's going to take out the Battletoad. If you remember, Battletoad was one of our secret car players, and Case Schwartzy and Miklor are looking to get in. Not going to happen. Back off. We live to fight another day. Splash goes down to Storm, and Case Schwartzy and Miklor now have to make the rotate through Lazy Lake.
Yeah, and look at that. The chili chug splashes still in hand and providing some advantages there as far as that movement speed goes. And look at that. Miklor out in the open trying to take some shots, but now finds himself caught out. And it's actually Mars. Mars jumps down and gets the full elimination there onto Miklor. Now Schwarzy by himself going up against Chief Piece. Not sure where Speedy Mello is, his teammate there, but with Chief Piece on the back foot, he definitely is struggling here in this final, or one of these final games.
And you can't ask for an easier elim if you're Mars. You just jump on a player sitting right out in the open, spraying at somebody else. Now Mars looking to make plays as a solo, hits some shots, gonna clean up Jacob. Busa right there, trying to help his teammate, not gonna be fast enough. Is Busa now gonna be the next opponent that goes down to Mars? He's still looking to put the pressure on, able to grab the flopper. That's huge for this player. Wow, he's got 7 flops. This may be a decent heal off. We haven't seen it happen yet. Maybe Mars just uses it to try and take high ground. He sees Ross and Kinney up on the high ground. He has the chug splashes. He has that speed of the chili splash. Is he going to go for the play? Dylan takes out K. Schwartzy. Kinney going to take out Dylan. Derpy's still alive as well. Mars just chilling in the zone with these floppers, waiting to see where zone pulls. It pulls up to the north, and now he's going for the play on height. This should be free. Mars has walked up onto the high ground, and he owns it. Beans down below. Mars, can he win it as a solo?
Wow, what did I just witness? Mars, a solo player, utilizing all those heals to take the high ground, now fighting for the high ground as another player is still up there. Kinney up in the mid ground looking to see what is going on, but I don't think even he can understand what's happening here as Mars is on the high ground applying pressure from down below. You see Derpy still down there as well. It does look like Dylan is no longer in this game, so now it's all up to Derpy to make something happen for that duo, but no, it's not going to happen because Mars says, you know what, you're gone, you're out, I'm taking you out here in these moments.
And he is able to secure those eliminations. Looks like there's one duo and a couple solos just riding around. It's Kinney and Ross. Is the duo Busa on the backside of Storm? He's about to get picked up by Mars if he's not careful here. I doubt Busa has any materials based on the way he's playing. Mars might be dropping down to look to make a play. Busa helps out Mars. He takes down one. They take out each other. It's a 1v1 here. Mars versus Kinney. Who's able to take this one home and shoot themselves up the leaderboards?
They are just doing it. These final moments here. Mars, no material to his name. It is all down to this as a solo player 1v1 situation up against Kenny. Does have a bit of a health advantage. And big shot comes out. Will it be enough? And it is.
Got him.
Mars clutches up as a solo player to get the victory royale with 7 eliminations.
You love to see it. Making plays with the flops. You get gifted something. He turned floppers into a dub. It's like lemons into lemonade, but the Fortnite version of it. Well played there by Mars. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, just incredibly impressive. The way that he executed that high ground retake, he waited, he was methodical. He understood that he had to use some of those floppers early and just use it effectively to get that high ground. I mean, I'm just stunned. I am amazed at how well from start to finish Mars and 7 were able to take that.
That was quite impressive by him, and a lot of it was all by himself because we saw 7 go down there in about 7th zone. And then from there on out, it was Mars making plays. He took down one player, grabbed the floppers, and that really extended his game, allowed him to make that play. But Dylan and Derpy, man, we saw those guys consistently getting eliminations all throughout this game, including this one. Oh, I love that. Put that one in the end game replays.
You already know Derpy and Dylan, they're definitely happy about that. That was just one of those great plays that we saw from them. But I mean, they got elimination after elimination, and they still ended up with decent placement. I believe a top 5 performance there as Derpy was holding on in the final moment. So just all out impressive gameplay here. And that's where Mars almost went down. Like, to think and look back at that, if he had gone down there, this victory royale wouldn't have happened.
And we do see Derpy go down there. So that was in 5th place, just like you said. Mars closing this out as a solo, taking down Kinney. And honestly, Kinney and Ross had a really solid game. We haven't heard too much from them, but being able to make the 2nd place, I think they had 4 or 5 eliminations. That should do well for them when we check out the leaderboard here.
Yeah, but before we can dive into that leaderboard, we got to take a quick break. So make sure to stay tuned and we'll be back in just a few.
When inspiration strikes during midterms, you need Xfinity Internet. Fuel your passions with speeds fast enough to power all you do. Get inspired with awesome offers exclusively for students.
An unbelievable connection meets unbelievable speeds. Can your internet do that?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Xfinity Autumn Anarchy featuring Fortnite Duos event. My name is Life Panda, somebody's gun here, bringing you all the action, and it is action-packed indeed. We are getting ready for the final game of the evening. We've seen tons of great action. We've seen tons of clutch gameplay from some of these players, and we've seen tons of aggressive gameplay. Going into this final game, Gun, who do you think is going to be on top of the leaderboard?
Oh man, I may have checked, so I don't want to answer that question because I know the answer. I feel like that's cheating. Cool Gamer and Meltor, I think, are going to be on top of the leaderboard. But let's check it out, see if my not so prediction is correct. And yes, I've done it, Panda. I'm the best.
You know what's what's kind of crazy, right? If we look at this leaderboard, and Cool Gamer and Meltor didn't get a ton of points that last game, meaning that where we see them at right now is still up for grabs. So first place, 177 points. Second place, 176 points. Third place, 164. Fourth place, 164. And fifth place being 163. It is anybody's game.
100%. And Mars and Seven have finally made their way into that top three. They've been just lingering right at around our top 5 to top 10. Now up there, Edge and Sujay also within striking distance. Kais and Skipper. Now, Panda, it's 41 points for the Victory Royale, plus however many eliminations. So, like, even just this page, I mean, we could check and see what 6 to 10 looks like, but I would imagine all of those guys are still within striking distance as well. Yeah, Moni and Date are at 163, tied with 5th place. So, this is going to be so close heading into this final game, Panda.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be close, especially considering a lot of these teams have been going up against each other in the same game. So all it takes is a couple players going early and a couple players making it to the end game to see huge shifts in the way this top 10 looks. But I'm excited, Gun, man. This is it. The final game of the Xfinity Autumn Anarchy event, and it is almost time to dive in. So you already know what the question's going to be. High ground or low ground, who's going to take the final game of the day?
All right, so what happened last game? I guess it was a combination of height and then a late flopper play. It was like a low ground to mid ground to height play. I don't even know what that would count as. So, like, you know what? I'm going to stick with my high ground, boys. Whoever's on height, you're winning this one.
Yeah, you know what? I feel it. I feel like High Ground's going to take the final game. They're going to say, you know what? This is the classic way. This is the best way to effectively take a game, and they're going to do it, especially considering how easy it is to take High Ground with the launch pads or the amount of launch pads in the game. So, fortunate for these teams, they should be able to play this out pretty effectively. And it is almost time, folks. Get your popcorn ready. Game number 6 is here, and we are taking off on the battle bus.
Gotta watch out for those 35-meter launches straight up on the height. But now everyone's up in the air. We see Omega and Lizzo. Lizzo's going to be one of the people, not sure exactly, but we've seen some of our top players landing at Misty. So Lizzo and Slurp need to be careful because they're going to be contesting some of the better duos in this game. And Omega's hanging out here. We're contesting one of these fishing houses. This used to be my solo drop spot. There ain't much loot for 4 players, especially when you're trying to go for it. And Javier's got nothing. He's trying to jump in the dumpster. Omega going for it. He gets one elimination. Can he get the next? And no. Pluto cleaning up Omega and Javier. Goodbye. Thank you for playing. We appreciate you. We'll see you next time.
You know, it's impressive that they were able to get the knock there onto Cryptic. Because they didn't really have too much to work with, but bailout Pluto said, you know what, I got what it takes. I'll take out 2 of you. I'm not worried about it. And ultimately, that's why they're going to be able to keep going. But now Struzy and Schlarp, this is a team that we've seen again consecutively do well in these collegiate events, especially the AVGL events. So Schlarp is going to be applying that pressure here, and it is Dr. Duke. Another great name in the space. And oh, look, it is one of those new crows in the game. If you don't know, there are epic and legendary crows that fly around in the game now. And if you shoot it out of the air, you get some great loot depending on the color of the Crow. So make sure to take advantage of that in game if you have the opportunity. And that's what we see Struzy and Schlarp doing right here. They're going to take advantage of it, and they're going to clean up.
Panda, little story time. First game of the season, I hop on, I see this thing. I'm like, oh, this must be a challenge or something. I walk up to it, it starts to fly away. I'm freaking out. I'm like, what is going on? Like, what is this? Is this like a challenge? Am I supposed to shoot this? If I shoot this, does it stop the challenge? So I chase this thing for probably a good 20, 30 seconds. And then finally wind up shooting it, gifted the gold pump shotgun. I couldn't have asked for anything better.
Wow.
But definitely confused me at first.
Yeah, listen, the Crows, they're awesome, right? They provide some of these power weapons, and maybe that's what's been happening. We've seen so many epic pump shotguns and epic charges in these games, and that could be why here, Gun.
I mean, that makes sense. I don't know how many Crows spawn per game. That would be an interesting thing to figure out. I wonder... You might have one of my next tasks for myself to try and figure out about how many spawn, or maybe one of our stats or leakers could figure that out for us. I don't know. Either way, could be interesting to know. Maybe there's 2 that spawn. Maybe there's 12 that spawn. Really could be a huge difference in these matches depending on exactly how many people are receiving all that extra loot.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to agree with you. I think it really all boils down to what is what Epic did, because guess what? Epic Games is gonna know better than anybody else. So you know what? Listen, Epic, if you're watching, let us know how many Crows are in this game, because I see them everywhere. And there's no, like, the other thing that's cool about them is there's no real rhyme or reason to them. So they're everywhere. They're not just like, oh, I'm here, I'm there. No, they are everywhere. Like, I've seen them just about every spot on the map. So it's nice to have an addition like that put into the game. But this is actually one of my new favorite POIs at Coral Castle after this season's update. And it looks like Div and Jivy are doing a good job of controlling it as they're just trying to get some tags off. But it looks like the aim training hasn't been in hand. But no, now the tags are coming out. But as I say that, it looks like Jivy's going down. So Div Civ is now by himself, and ultimately he needs to find a way to get his teammate back in the game.
And I think that was John Guava over there. So John Guava and EFG. Those guys have landed all over the map. We saw them last game down at Flesh Factory. Now they're here at Coral Castle. And there's a team coming from the south. I don't think they realize it. They do hear the boat now. But this team's coming into third party. It's Chief Beast and Speedy Mello looking for some shots here, trying to get some potential eliminations. And this could be all over for this team that's been landing all over the place. Chief Beast gets one. Speedy Mello looking to clean up the other. Chief Beast gonna look for the shots, and that's it. See ya, John Guava. See ya, EFG.
Yeah, I mean, just quick, taking them out, and they keep going. This is the gameplay we see from Chief Beast and Speedy Mello. We've seen it time and time again in these AVGL events. These two step up to the plate and put in just relentless pressure. That's why they find themselves climbing the leaderboards as well as they have. I believe going into this, they were in 10th place, if I'm not mistaken. So for them, this is the big game that they're going to need, and that's why we see such aggression coming out of them. They know that they qualify on to tomorrow, so that doesn't necessarily fear them. So now it's all about taking the final moment to try and climb as far up the leaderboard as possible, and they're doing it in an aggressive playstyle.
Definitely are doing it. And now K Schwartzy, Mikolor in a similar position that we've seen them before, Panda. These guys hiding in some builds, don't have a ton of mats left, just simply trying to make a play. Is that the same team? Was Drakey's the one above them last time? No, I don't believe so. Either way, Mikolor, K Schwartzy need to find a way to stop putting themselves in this spot.
Listen, if you're down low like that, start chopping. I think that's the best way to get involved. Oh no, they actually were as I said that, but the gas can play comes out. A1 just trying to take as much control here, but ends up getting tagged up just a little bit. Fortunate for him, though, he is going to have some of those chili chug splashes in hand if he needs to heal up. Now the shots are coming out. The pressure is on. There can only be so many builds remaining for this team down low, so it's going to be tough for them to make their way out of this. But Drakey and A1, they said, you know what, we're going to continue to apply the pressure. We're not going to let you get too far because we have every advantage in the book. You're just here to be eliminations for us.
Now A1, I guess he thinks he's hiding behind the tree. It looks like they know. Oh, no, they don't. A1 gets some big shots there. Able to get 70 damage off. Trying to trade the tags there on K Schwartzy, but K Schwartzy just whiffs. Now Drakey and A1 in a power position up on high ground once again. K Schwartzy's going to go down. A1's going to clean that up, and it looks like Meeklor has no materials left. The medkit's on the ground. I think that was trying to be traded over to his teammate. He goes away, and Meeklor, I guess, is just trying to run on out of here. He's hopped in a vehicle. He's out. Drakey, A1, it's time.
Yeah, look, they said, you know what? They're trying to get in any vehicle that they can because they want to keep it going. They don't want to let this guy get away, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to continue to try to rotate. But being this far in the storm, they have to be careful, right? A1 understands that he's got the med kit. It looks like Drakey is going to be able to find some kind of heals in that situation, so that's going to be good for him. But when we switch over to teams like Schlarp and Struzy, they're kind of at the same standstill that we just watched moments ago. These players knowing that they're close to each other, but not knowing the best way to take these fights, as Metaphor is just above Schlarp, and both are just waiting for the right-hand peak opportunity.
All right, before I comment on this, one, Metaphor, awesome name. Like, absolutely love that. Secondly, this is a good old standoff. Oh, I would have loved to see how long that would last. Anyway, Anon going after it with J-Carbs, Pluto down below. Player jumping up, that's Cryptic, looks like, trying to grab the high ground, has grabbed it. Meltor goes down. Looks like Meltor and Monkey have both been eliminated. Not sure how that happened. Maybe that was a simultaneous shotgun shot. K-Barb's gonna drop down Cryptic here. Gonna claim all the cones. Cryptic goes down even more. Is Cryptic's teammate alive? I guess not. I haven't really seen any assists here. And Anon and K-Barbs cleaning this one up, and there it is. There is the teammate, but it's a little too late, as Cryptic has already been taken out, and now K-Barb, or J-Carbs, and Anon in a really good spot.
Yeah, they are actually in a really good spot and doing a good job of just kind of holding on here. J-Carb and Anon, we've seen them in past events here on the AVGL channel, and they do big things, but today we just haven't seen it. We've actually watched them in the elimination feed quite a few times, drop earlier than expected, but now they're just trying to make some big turnarounds here in the final game. But will it be enough? Because top 45 quals on to tomorrow, so that's going to be the priority here for this team. But with that being in mind, is it going to be enough? That's the real question. Can they make it up in the final game? We will find out here shortly. But before we do, we got to talk about Speedy Mello and Chief B still just relentlessly pressuring anybody they come across.
I believe this is our first place team. I think that Zamster looking and fighting Speedy Mello and Chief Piece. So
It is.
Yeah, so that's our first place team. It could go down early. That could be huge for someone looking to take a lead.
Yeah, if they can make it happen. It does look like Zamster's teammate is out. Oh no! And Chief B's actually getting knocked out with his teammate, both now in a compromising spot, because Cranberry and Spinnick are just sitting there relentlessly pressuring those walls, ultimately knocking them out here. But looking at the situation, though, the shots are being exchanged, and now Spinnick finds himself getting dropped, but another team is now getting involved. This is the last thing you want to see for all of these teams here.
Looks like Bony Burbs is the place where everyone's going to be hanging out. Chief Beast has said, all right, I see that. I'm moving out of here. And not being super lackadaisical, does realize there could be a player in the bush. Was quite smart, realizing that, able to sneak these players out of the bush. And now Chief Beast, Speedy Mello, once again on the back foot. Looks like other players taking shots on this. We see the yellow in the bottom of that mini-map. Just simply third-partying this. Stab able to get an elimination there. And now it's Chief Piece, Speedy Mello. All eyes are on you guys. What can you do? In the one pump. The 175 there on the Kyle. Getting him. And now Speedy Mello looking to make a play. thought about putting a guy in a highlight video. Not going to come through. Ivy League. Looks like he's got no builds left. He's going to get sent back to the lobby. And I guess Speedy Mello decided no highlight vid for that guy.
Yeah, look, I'm impressed. I genuinely did not expect that to go the way that it did, but Chief Beast and Speedy Mello showing why they are the top talent in this lobby and why they deserve that one of those top 10 spots that they so rightfully have here in this moment. But will they be able to climb any further? I think that's the question they're waiting to get answered. But with 4 eliminations on the board thus far, if they can keep this energy and make their way into the end game, they should be able to climb up. And there it is. It is our top team. It is Zamster and Meltor going up against Chief Peace and Mello, but Zamster taking a lot of damage. This is not the situation he wants to find himself in, but looking at the inventory, he's got power weapons. He can make some things happen, and that's what we're looking to see here as he gets a nice 33 tag off onto this other player, and the fight just continues to ensue. Shots are exchanging. No one's connecting significantly enough to win the fight, but here it is now in a compromising spot. Zamster finds himself in, takes a lot of damage, 38 HP in a dream, and they're on each wall, but no, there it is. Zamster, our first place team, has gone down, and now it is open and ripe for the taking.
Zamster is going crazy there for a second. He's just absolutely hitting everything. Unfortunately, not significant damage on those shots, like you said, Panda. He'll try again when he inevitably gets to play tomorrow, because I mean, they were in first place headed into this game, so they should qualify for tomorrow. And Speedy Mello, Chief Peace, try to do their best to now dethrone the former first place team. They've already taken them out. Now it's time to continue on through this lobby and hope for some more eliminations. And it looks like they're going to be aggressive as they're trying to find some people. The fog's rolled in, makes it a little harder to see. But Chief Peace getting shot at now. I think that's... can't see J Carbs and Anon.
And it looks like it's off to the races because Chief Beast got some tags and they said, you know what, we're not going to let this fly. You're going down here. The pressure, it continues to ensue. Speedy Mello just shortly behind here. Now actually on the opposite side of the walls here, getting involved. Big tags back onto J Carb. Chief is in. He knows that they have every advantage in the book, and there it is, the first knock of 2. Anon goes down. J Carbs just on the other side of the wall. The wall is going to be taken. He's looking to control everything around. He's still trying to sneak away. J Carbs barely alive, and there it is. It is all over. Chief Beast and Speedy Mello add a couple more eliminations to the board.
We got A1 wall to wall with Zigzag Zoe. Drakey looking for some shots as well. We do see Slurp going down there in the feed. Drakey trying to pop a big pot. Looks like the other team, or sounds like the other team, popping some splashes as well. A1 able to find an angle there. Not able to get the shots off, and now we're going to be storm fighting. This is absolutely not what anyone wants, but this is what we have at the moment. South Res and Zigzag Zoe own the high ground as A1 and Drakey are going to look to rotate on out of here. Nothing significant yet by either team. Now the shots come through. Everyone should just be okay with where we're at right now. Oh, watch your head.
Yeah, you have to be careful, right? Listen, even if you peek just a little bit, when that mythic burst, assault rifle's in hand, it's going to be your head. You're going to get taken out. So you have to be super careful there. Fortunately, though, they're going to actually use one of those chili chug splashes, it looks like. And so is the other team. It looks like potentially the other team's got some of the inventory as well. They do get the knock there onto Drakey and the full elimination. A1 is going to be able to slip away utilizing a launch pad, and so is Zigzag Zoe and South Res. So both now still in the game, and they find themselves climbing in one of these final little positions here in the edge of zone. Unfortunately for them, it looks like Zigzag Zoe has found himself a med kit there too.
Now we see A1 trying to get on out of here, using a bunch of launch pads. He really hasn't done, or doesn't have much to do at this moment. I don't believe he's gotten the card of his teammate. Trying to find some... Oh, there is a med kit right there. I don't know that he saw it. He does need to take that. He's only about 150 total HP. Okay, maybe not. That's going to be tough.
That is going to be tough. There we go. The med kit in hand, ready to go. And that's the heal opportunity you need. But looking at this lobby, it looks like the aggression is paying off. Players are starting to continue to dwindle down. It looks like Bailout looking for that shot. Will he get? Oh, he actually lets him go. Wait, I could be wrong. And Div is out. Bailout Pluto lets him escape despite having that power weapon and that epic pump shotgun in the inventory. I'm not even sure if that's the right play, because that could have been a very easy elimination for him.
Nah, I'm gonna go with that's the right play for Pluto. He likely was not winning that, as Chief Piece gets another one. My guy's popping off this game, and I don't think Pluto is really looking for any fights. We see Speedy and Chief Piece already at 9 eliminations, so they're just running through people right now. It looks like they found their next target too. Speedy just waiting for Chief Piece to get on up here. Dr. Duke getting a knock. And Panda, I mean, over under 15 eliminations for these two.
Over.
Okay.
I think with the amount of people still in the lobby here, I think 15 is a very good number for them, if not more. I can't see them getting under it at this point, because they haven't stopped moving. You see it here, and they're actually now trying to pull the car to get an advantage here on Cranberry. Cranberry not going to be able to hold it. Chief Piece up top, and now Spinnick trying to take some shots as well. They open themselves up here, and now it is all but over, because this is what Chief Piece and Speedy Mel do a good job of controlling. But it looks like A1 from behind is watching and waiting for the opportunity to engage.
He's lurking. He's waiting for that opportunity, like you said. Don't know that he wants to expose himself just yet, especially seeing with how aggressive Speedy and Chief Piece are being at the moment. That might be a disengage or run away, and it does look like A1 is going to go the opposite way. He's like, bro, I see what you guys are doing. I want no part of that. Cranberry's going to be the next target. He gets quite weak. They're getting in. Spenick is quite weak as well. Cranberry just looking to stay alive. He goes down. Both of them get cleaned up, and that 15 looking like I should have raised the bar a little bit, Panda. Chief Piece gonna hit the pad, trying to get himself into zone, and these guys, really good spot here if they want to relax. Doubt that'll happen. Pluto now playing all by himself. Uh-oh. He gets tagged up big. That could be all over for him.
That could be. I mean, listen, it's risky to take that much damage in a situation like that. Fortunately, he is going to have the med kit and those minis in hand to get back involved. But looking at the elimination feeds, Scav is just taking out people left and right. Our boy Metaphor has gone down to him as well. But with Speedy Mello and Chief Piece still up and in this game, it's hard to say that I could bet against them. You just can't. With the way that they've been playing this game out, they know how much points they are off from first place, and they're looking to get that. I don't see them settling for anything less than first place, but you never know. This is Fortnite, and anything can change in those final moments.
Oh yeah, we could easily see someone just pad right onto these guys, snag their high ground, rip it from their grasp, and decide, nah, this is my high ground now. John Cena, not going to be one of those people. John Cena will be lucky if he gets to touch the ground one more time. Is going to be able to escape, not with much HP left. Firing shots into the bushes, and oh man, 1 HP in a dream for John Cena. He's going to be able to escape for now. A1 might be able to scoop that one up. That could be big for him. And Dr. Duke hits Bulla down below. It'll be interesting to see exactly how this plays out here in these final zones.
I mean, look, the relentless pressure from high ground just tells me that, oh my gosh, what are we watching? Speedy Mello just connecting here. This player knows what to do. He's hitting the aim trainer. He understands that he has to get those ever so important damage in. And there it is. Bulla now flying in the air. And of course, now he starts missing some shots. You know, like when the shots are a little bit easier for you in the sky, it looks like he's going to be able to hold on though. But Bailout just below him, very weak. So we could see somebody. Oh no, and as I say that, a player, he gets the elimination onto Bailout, but another player contends high ground, and now he needs to get up with Speedy Mello so they can try to hold this.
That's Snowy and Scav who are jumping on that. Chief gets chopped out by his teammates. Snowy and Scav quickly give that up. Speedy and Chief Beast gonna be up on the high ground, reestablishing themselves. They've run out of materials though. They've spent a lot to hold this, and time is not on their side. We have 2 more zones left and not many materials, but Snowy and Scav dropping down on the zigzag zone. This could potentially be eliminations here. Salforez getting an elimination there as well. Chief Beast looking the backside. Scav gonna get that one on zigzag zone. He's in a really good spot. He's looking back, seeing if anyone's behind him. His teammate has a tarp for him. Gonna follow that one forward. They are absolutely stacked, and this could be the final 2 trios. We have our high ground team, and then Scav and Snowy, who we know can win games here on low, looking to do it once again.
Yeah, and it's looking good for them with a ton of eliminations on the board. Power weapons in hand. These players have what it takes to walk away here, being in one of those top spots. The pressure is on. They're controlling the layer extremely well. Everybody's trying to make something happen. But as I say that, Scav takes a ton of damage. It goes down. It's Chief Beast getting the knock onto him and Dr. Duke.
And it looks like everything's gonna be on fire right now. I don't know if it'll continue down this hill, but up above, the fire was spreading. Speedy and Chief Beast at 14 eliminations. Can they close this out? They're trying to find Salforez right now. There's one more player in Storm. That's Snowy, just using all the heals that he can, trying to outlast this. They do find him in Storm. Unable to get the elimination yet. Chief Beast drops down. The 1v1 happening down below. It looks like Salforez is going to walk away with this one. No, Snowy goes down. Salforez versus Chief Beast and Speedy. Can Salforez make something happen? No, he cannot. Chief Beast, Speedy, take it home for our final match of the day.
Not only do they take it home, but they take it with 16 eliminations. What a way to wrap up the day here for Speedy Mello, Chief Beast. Man, oh man, what a last game to watch here, Gun.
Panda, they just went on an absolute tear and ran through that lobby. I mean, you could ask where was that earlier, but they gave it to us now, and we're about to check out some replays. I bet most of them are from Speedy and Chief Beast just taking elim after elim.
Well, it has to be, right? Like, I just can't see anybody else really stepping up to the plate in this game the way that they did. So that's why most of these are going to be them. And look at that. Just elimination after elimination, taking out 16 players in this game to take the victory royale. I can't stress enough how impactful and how impressive that was.
Yeah, I don't know if we're watching a replay or if this is Chief Beast and Speedy's YouTube video, because it just seems like this is all them. And you know what? Good for them showing up on the big stage in the final match of the day. You see Scav and Snowy having a big day. Oh, okay. A little flick there by Scav. Now, these guys unable to win the game, but Scav and Snowy also having a great day here. I would easily expect them to be in the top 5. At worst, top 10, and here's the game winner by Chief Beast.
Just a great final moment there for them. But look, that's going to be close, right? We know they were in the top 10. They were actually in 10th place going into that final game. But with that performance, they could have potentially climbed into first place, considering we saw our first place team go down early. But before we can find out what happened, we have to go to a quick break. So make sure to stick around and we'll be right back. Here it is. We have finally completed the 6 games of the Xfinity Autumn Anarchy featuring Fortnite Duos event. This is the qualifier event for the finals tomorrow. Top 45 teams are making their way on to the next step, and we've seen nothing but incredible gameplay from these players. Leaderboard is here. Somebody's gun. Take it away. Let us know who walks away on top.
And our winners of the qualifier, Kais and Skippa, walking away with oh, no, sorry. I got way too excited. This is 6 through 10. So Kais, Skippa in 6th place. We have Cool Gamer and Meltor going down early in that final match. In 7th place, Jacob and Tyler Siley in 8th. And then Edge4, Suja, Moni, Dade rounding out our top 10. And Panda, since I threw the bag, it is on you to finish this one up.
All right, the top 5 from today's event. They are going to be, drumroll please, Snowy and Scav clutching up in the final moments by 3 points to take first place away from Mellow and Frosty. Like, that is just insane to think about. Chief Beast and Mellow just 2 eliminations technically away. 3 points could have tied it up there in first place, but that's the importance of consistency. You have to be consistent if you want to find yourself climbing up. Another huge name we got to talk about on the leaderboard. It is Dizrod and Felix, the homies, the well-known players in the space, clutching up and making a top 5 appearance.
Solid performance by all of our players in the top 10. Like you've mentioned, it's the top 45 moving on. So if you guys want, you can go check out the entire leaderboard at avgl.org and find the Autumn Anarchy tournament. Check out the standings, find out who qualified, who did not, and who you get to watch tomorrow, because Panda, I've heard we got some awesome casters tomorrow, if I'm not correct.
Listen, you are correct. It's Monster D-Face and Shia Wager bringing it all together in the finals for you. But listen, this finals, that prize pool, and all of this that we're experiencing wouldn't be possible without our sponsor for today, which is Xfinity. Make sure to power your game with Xfinity Internet. Our Autumn Anarchy sponsor delivers reliably fast gig Wi-Fi for clutch moments in big exams. Get inspired with awesome student-exclusive offers for watching and playing your favorite games. Plus, get access to amazing perks like a $100 prepaid card, 6 months of Amazon Music Unlimited, and no term contracts. Learn more at xfinity.com/student. Gig speed Wi-Fi requires gigabyte internet and compatible X5 gateway. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. So again, make sure to check them out. We appreciate Xfinity making all of this possible. Go check them out at xfinity.com/student. And shout out to AVGL as well, making this event here for us. Listen, I loved it. It was amazing. Gun, do you have any final words before we depart?
Man, just shout out to everyone involved, Xfinity, AVGL, all the guys in the background, Nico, Robbie, B-Mick. I'm sure there's other ones, Slans, that we haven't mentioned. You guys make our job easy, make us look good. So thank you guys for all your work. And man, that was some fun action. Shout out to the players too. I mean, none of us are doing anything if the players don't show up. So thank you guys for putting on a show for us. That was one tournament that I'm going to remember.
Yeah, I definitely got to agree with you. Thank you to everyone involved, and thank you to all the players being involved here. Top 45 making their appearance onto the finals tomorrow, so make sure to tune in to the finals with Monster D-Face and Shia Wager. That's going to be it from us today. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next time. Take it easy. Peace, everybody.